two powerful wizard brothers, one with a great fascination with the night and the evening and the moon, one with a great fascination with the day and the sun. These were brothers that could never get along about anything. And so ultimately what ended up happening was the two brothers created some kind of magical feedback loop that caused them to be trapped. And it was up to the members of the party, at least 4 of them, 2 of them have been elsewhere, and we are joined, of course, by Whist this year. But it was up to the 4 members that were here last year to be able to free the brothers and save the island from plunging down and destroying Hearthflow Academy, which would have been really bad, I think we can all agree. Part of the reason this happened is because there is an unusually powerful font of magic underneath the eastern wing, otherwise or previously in the world known as the Forbidden Library, the eastern wing of the Hearthflow Academy Library. And something about this font of magic has caused problems for a long period of time. And, but apparently, everything seems to have worked out. It's all good, everything is fine, they've solved these problems, everything is good to go, and we are good to go. So, it is about 5 years after the events from the very beginning of the Hearthflow Academy, the Tales from the Forbidden Library trilogy. And it is well after the time when they have saved Athenaea, and it is the end of the school year, and the characters have been meeting to celebrate the end of the school year, along with their new friend and faculty member, Whist, who is in this party. And I have a quick question to the party, which is just, how do you get down on the party side? Like, how do faculty members like you celebrate the end of the school year, a successful end? Like, what's everybody doing?
A lot of dwarfs and quaff.
Okay. Okay.
Quaff a lot.
A lot of quaffing, a particular dwarven ale. Okay,
yes.
I got it. What else?
Well, as the professor of circus studies,
yeah.
everyone needs to come, and I'm also the mentor of the drama club, as you remember. Everyone has to come and watch my students, and it's not painful at all.
Yeah.
This is why I'm quaffing.
Well, I was going to say, right, this is post that, right? So it's just like, that was great.
Still quaffing.
That brilliant, I tell you. Wasn't it beautiful? I cried.
I did too.
So, how, Candace, are you?
I'm going to spend my time off fighting for some worthy cause, for some...
Well, but now you're with the other group of faculty, so how did you?
Oh, immediately?
Yeah.
Probably coughing, and if there is a willing wench available.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that. Maybe there is. You know, listen.
It could be an NPC. I don't mean.
Right. Sure. No. That makes it much better. Okay. So we have that. What about this? What are you doing during this time?
Well, I have a hard time sometimes finding people to connect with. And so I like to go out into the common area with my instruments, and I start to play them, and I find that sometimes people, they come and they join me, and sometimes they can use other things, and I encourage them to pick up sticks or things that they have in their bags, and we keep playing together, and then suddenly I have a lot of friends that I've just met.
And by the way, what instruments are we talking about?
Well, I personally carry a hand drum and a longhorn and a dulcimer.
Okay.
And Madison has spent the entire semester trying to talk her into playing with the drama club.
Yeah, well, see, but anything can be an instrument, which is what's great. I have my instruments. My instruments are a little bit fancy because I've had them for quite a long time, and I'm very fond of them. And that's my one thing is I don't really like to lend those to people. But everything can be an instrument. So
Wait, I had to stop and restart your thing.
Anything in your bag. You can
Yeah, so the first section with
find
the
different notes on
introducing,
it.
there's
I
like
have
the
a lot of fun
open.
doing that and stuff.
Freshmen are great at making noise.
How is Calixon then spending?
So Calixon is not a party person, and I'm probably spending a lot of time just kind of by myself. But I imagine it doesn't help that everybody's like, oh, you're an ice dragon, which means that if I want my drink to be colder than it is right now, I can just ask you to cough in my direction. So lots of people are just kind of nudging me all the time. That makes the party even less fun for me. So I'm just kind of in a corner, breathing on people's air.
I thought you liked keeping my coughing cool.
You are the least annoying of all of the people who are annoying me this evening. But you have still crossed the threshold.
Oh, that's basically a blood letter.
It is. Yeah, we're besties.
So I want you to imagine that the party has gone as well as any of you may or may not have expected. A couple of hours have passed, and we're into the later stages of the party where, you know, a couple of the chairs are tipped over, where, you know, there's a couple of empty glasses on the ground, and, you know, some of the drama club's gone home. You know, like we're in that stage. Everyone's kind of relatively mellow. And as you were all sort of sitting, talking to each other / listening to the instruments being played by Whist, you suddenly hear a voice. It's a familiar voice, and it says, "Well, it's good to know you ain't forgotten to have a good time."
Oh, that guy!
And as you look around, you can see that you are, first you see nothing, and then you look down to see a small brown mouse. Now, any of you who were at last year's session may remember that the party ran into a mouse, the name of whom was Dorian, who was originally slated for experimentation, and then the Wizard Brothers came to like him too much after some weird things happened, and they ended up with Dorian, the mouse, who went along and helped the party with their adventures up in Athenaea. And this is the first time you've seen him in 2 years since this event last happened. And so you see him kind of looking up, you know.
Dorian!
How you doing, Les? How you doing?
Good. We talked so long about making that act for you to center stage in the circus, and then you kind of disappeared. What happened?
Yeah, it's been real difficult at the time. Anyway, you get the impression Dorian does not want to continue to have that part of the discussion.
Out of game.
Yes.
Didn't we last see him on the floating island?
You did.
Okay. Dorian, what brings you to Earth?
Well, that's kind of funny. You should mention that. I got some news. It's not good news. It's not good stuff. But I knew you'd all be able to figure it out, and so I came down to do that. And
You're spending a lot of time not telling us the news.
You all sober enough? Sober? Are you sober?
Of course.
That's
You
great.
can always be sober.
That's great. All right. So it's good seeing y'all. I hope that you're sober. But this ain't no social visit. I got a big thing that I need your help on. So the brothers, Illuminate and Tenebrick, they sent me down, and they sent me down because there's kind of a problem. So you remember 2 years ago there was that whole thing with the island, and it almost fell, and then it kind of blew everything up almost, and you all stopped that.
As long as I drink, I cannot forget it.
Yeah.
You could have at least fallen a little bit during finals week so we didn't have to do all that grading.
Yeah, it was kind of a problem. But you saved it. It was great. It was great. And Dorian stands up on his hind legs and puts his hands behind his back for all the world like he's someone about to recite something to you. And he says, So Luminac was doing some research, and then Tenebrick did some research, and they never did the same research because they don't like each other. But they found the same thing, and they agreed that it was a problem. And when Luminac and Tenebrick agree it's a problem, it's a problem. And they said, "You've got to do something, Dorian." I'm like, "All right, I got this problem. I'll go down and I'll help." So the problem here is that there's the magic below the wing of the Eastern Wing, the Forbidden Library thing. It's gotten real bad. Unstable bad. They showed me, they have this little meter that goes like this, and I was looking at it, and then all of a sudden it's like this, and then like this and this, and I said, "That's not good, isn't it?" Like, "That's not good." Well, they actually said, "That's not good, Dorian," because that's how they talk. And it was really bad, and they said that if it keeps going like this, it might just go like this, and then something about the city might be destroyed forever. And
What's
also
causing it?
Heartflow and everything. It's not going to be stable, is what I'm saying.
Is that the same library where my kids took a step off and went zoom, zoom, zoom?
No, that was the island. That was the island up there, and they fixed that now. They got a railing. They have a line across.
You got a railing.
There's actually a sign, and they actually took a picture. They have they did a little thing where they showed. It looks like a dragonborn, like a silhouette falling in a hole. It's very funny. Anyway,
Sure it is.
So, no, this is the Forbidden Library. Well, you know, and he points at you because last year
Here is winning school.
you do know there's something about this font of magic. And he says, it's all a bunch of stuff. They said it was the Megaerolith, And for a quick note, the Megirolith was this powerful item that almost sucked the magic out of Hearthglow Academy before, were it not for Lassen and the crew of people Lassen was with at the time. And then there was the magic about like kidnapping Thaddeus Caleriton. Thaddeus is the head of school. And then like what you all did with an island last year, 2 years ago, and like it all adds up. Like that's the thing about magic, it adds all up, before you know it, everything's messed up, I just want to be a simple mouse, cheese, peanut butter, that's the real life, like this magic stuff.
Did the brothers tell you how we're supposed to fix it?
They said the only way to fix it, they actually contacted the school, which is a big step to them because they hate the school. And they contacted the school and they were like, look, we got a solution. And this is the solution. So it starts with the Bank of Ages, he says, and he turns like his little mouse body and, points at you. Now, the Bank of Ages, all of you have heard of before, and it happened after this incident with the Megirolith. The members of the faculty of Hearthglow realized that if there were things so powerful that they could destroy all magic within the city, the world, they needed some way to be able to react if necessary. And so they created a bank, and within that bank, a vault called the Vault of Ages, so powerful that it can contain items which could themselves reverse certain magical spells and effects. Now this vault is rumored to be absolutely impregnable. Supposedly no one can get into the vault because it's so secure and no one has ever gotten into the vault, etc., etc. And they placed in it, allegedly, an item which is strong enough, powerful enough, allegedly, to protect the university, the academy, and the rest of the surrounding city in terms of magic. And Dorian says, yeah, now this vault's got this item. See, nobody knows what it is, but they know that it can contain any kind of magical instability. And there's no more instability than this. So they told them this, and I thought that would be great because then we'd be all solved and I can go back to being scared of the owl up there and eating cheese. But no, because what actually happened was that the item in the vault is so powerful that the people in the academy are scared of that too. And so they couldn't agree on whether to let it go or not. And they're evenly split. Like half of them think they should let it go, half of them think they shouldn't. And the only one who can break the tie is Thaddeus himself, and Thaddeus is at a conference at it's something like Geneva Con or something. I don't know what it's called, but he's gone and he's on another plane and we can't contact him, and so he's not there. And there's no time for him to come back because by the time he's back on this plane, there may not be a plane. Capiche? You know what I'm saying?
Don't be stressed out, Dora.
Look, I'm a mouse, okay? Like a lot of my life is stressful. I gotta be honest.
I could scratch. I live in the forest. I could scratch the neck part.
Okay, so you do that for a minute. He's like, yeah, thanks. That's great. That doesn't save the magic though. But I mean, it makes my neck feel a little good. But like it doesn't. So the brothers are too conspicuous. They try to get this thing. They can't get it themselves. And anyone they know who would have the ability to do it, they already work at Hearthglow. Except for you. Because I was like, hey, this party, like, they know Hearthglow, but they're not servants of Hearthglow, right? Like, you go outside Hearthglow. Like, Hearthglow tells you to do stuff, and you're like, yeah, all right, maybe, but not always. And so I figured that you were just the ones to talk to. And so the brothers said, yeah, you already saved that. And they sent me to tell you that we need to get the thing from the vault tonight. Because the font of the magic, it's gonna.
Well, there are some things that can only be set up by Professor Tenure.
We could neutralize a couple of faculty members who are voting on the wrong side, and that would break the tie.
Yeah, the problem is though, the faculty is all like sequestered. I think it means they just sort of stay in their own rooms a lot. I don't know. I thought faculty members stay in the rooms anyway, but like, I guess they're more in their rooms than usual.
And when you say neutralize, it usually involves arrests and police and,
Well, I just meant like detained.
Well, when you say detained though, like, it tends to get a little bit too exciting.
As opposed to breaking into the impregnable vault.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I'm sure that impregnable thing is overstated. Like,
all right,
you,
we'll do it your way.
For other people.
But after we're in deep, I want you to remember that I said that neutralizing a couple of the faculty members who are voting on the wrong side was the easy way to fix this.
Well, let's prank away then.
Why am I friends with these people?
I was just outside playing music. Do I go?
Yeah, I mean.
I wasn't at the party. I just was
Yeah, but look,
playing
but you're like, you have like magic. you know, like you do magic in the instruments, right? Like magic, you do magic stuff.
Well, we need a soundtrack, I mean,
Yeah.
got our feet.
Last one has to dance to something.
Right? I can't backflip in
You can't
silence.
get out of it. Let me just be, we're gonna be blunt, if we're going, you're going.
And so he kind of looks at you, he's like, all right, great. So the thing is, you can't go, well, you could go during the day, but the problem is you go during the day, there's way too many guards. But I got good news, because we're going at night. And at night, there's not as many guards. I mean, there's some guards. There's a few, there comes some dangerous guards. It's a little, okay, it'll be fine. It'll be fine is what I'm saying. It'll be fine is what I'm saying. All you have to do is you just have to get into the bank. You find a way to activate, okay, so there's this other thing. When you get in there, right, you gotta get down to the vault. And the only way to get down to the vault is to use a magic portal. And the portal, I don't know how to use it, but I'm sure it'll be fine. It's not a problem. You go in, you get the portal, you go down to the vault, you get the item in the vault, you get out without getting caught by the guards, you fix the problem, you're heroes, problem solved. Like, that's how this works. Right?
The portal because the escalator's broken again?
No. They're always using, they're magic. Listen, you know, they gotta justify the salaries. I don't know. Like, what do I know?
What I heard was an outline that isn't actually so much a plan as fancy patterns so that we can come close to death.
Well, no,
That's how I interpret it.
I'm kind of the concept mouse. You're the execution people.
We don't want to be executed.
Yeah.
I think the bottom line is that Dorian has told us as much as he knows. So if we're gonna do this at all, we might as well just move out and find out what we encounter.
That's why we have our dragonborn, the brains of the operation, playing this all out for us.
Oh God.
What do you mean the brains of the operation?
Together we can do it.
So, just to be sure, Dorian, you want us to commit one of the most legendary acts of theft ever reported.
No, I want you to commit one of the most legendary acts heroism ever recorded.
I spin.
We're gonna die.
Yes, we are.
My plan is still on the table.
I should have mentioned at the beginning, by the way, that this adventure is called Of Mice and Money. So, in case anyone was curious about what happens.
Dorian, how many hit points do you owe?
Oh, listen, that's a trade secret, all right?
So I want to know if there's something that I know already. Has anyone ever gone to the Bank of Ages and like made an earnest plea for an object? Has anyone ever filled in paperwork to rent an object from the Bank of Ages?
You don't know about that. You do know that the bank itself, so the bank actually functions as a bank where people drop off magical items and things like that. There's a process, there's papers you have to drop off and things like that. But in terms of getting stuff out of the bank, that's a whole other matter, and you don't know about that. You know that it's only been around for it's actually run by former graduates of Hartflow, and you know it's only been around for about 4 years or so, since the incident with the Megurolith, which was about 4 years ago. So it's relatively new, but they put a lot of money and investment into it, because frankly the city was getting a little bit nervous about Hartflow always being on the edge of obliterating the city. So they got a little sensitive about that. So the bank is supposedly quite secure. The top floor is supposedly a pretty normal looking bank, as normal as a magic bank ever gets. It's the getting to the portal and then getting down that nobody knows about.
So no one we know has ever gone down the portal.
No.
No one we know has ever seen the item that's in the bank.
Probably, well, you would guess the head of school, Thaddeus Calerism, has, but.
Wouldn't it be easier for us to just find Thaddeus on the other plane and bring him back?
Might be hard to find him on another plane.
He might be,
Geneva Con
he
is
might
very
be in
large.
will call and then you won't find him.
You should go to will call. That's going to be, you'll never get out of that line. Yeah, the lines at Geneva Con are legendary. They're just, all right, so.
I think we should move out and do it. If we're gonna, either that or detain a couple of the faculty members who are gonna go to the wrong
It's
side.
never gonna let that go.
I think that wouldn't go well on the performance assessment.
We've got 10.
Well, I mean,
It's that post-tenure review you gotta worry about.
I don't think I do.
well, let's go do this.
So, Dorian tells you that there are, as far as he knows, 3 main entrances into the bank. There is the literal front doors of the bank. There is an area to the western side of the bank, and he said something vague about that's where they bring the magic stuff. And then the right eastern side of the bank, and he says that's where they bring the money. And that's about as much as he knows. Money on the eastern side, magic items on the western side, and front doors in front. And he says, those are your three choices. Or you could also, blow up the bank, but then there's all kinds of problems.
Well, we could bring an object.
Yeah, you can, but it would probably destroy, the city would be destroyed.
We could bring an object to make a deposit. We can also claim that we are a crack team of people hired by Thaddeus to put things that were dangerous to the world inside the Warehouse Bank 13.
Thaddeus likes
This could work.
Mr. Galeriton likes to write letters of authorization in triplicate, so we can't just go and say that we've been approved.
Some people in the make deposit.
But giving them an object does sound like it counts, but they're probably gonna expect it, so what would we give them?
Are you saying you haven't forged Thaddeus' signature a couple of times?
I mean, I have.
We will not, we
They're
can
not very good.
We can neither approve or deny.
The question is, do people make deposits at night?
Not at night.
Okay, so that's not
So
gonna
as
happen.
much as I personally would like to say, let's just go get the money and run. It's the western side is where they put the magic
Is
in.
where they put the magic
Let's
stuff.
go there.
I think we need to go there.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in that case, I'm going to invite everyone's attention to the western side of the map. And I'm going to see if I can zoom in, he said, hopefully, praying that it will do what it's supposed to do.
Right now it's darkness.
Yeah, I know, that's fine, it should be dark.
Well, it's night, so, that's the
There you go.
Okay.
That's how the things would look at now.
Yeah, we're trying to sneak.
Okay, so, yeah, let me see if I think I can brighten up
That's
any
not
further.
the skills.
Okay, so, on this, no, don't project anything anywhere ever. Okay. I have placed your characters, they're very small, but I'll zoom in later when we get more of the map, just in the front because I didn't know which way you were gonna go. This has, however, the leftmost, or the western side, and there is a gate, as you might expect, that locks it to the left. However, it does look like you might be able to do something to open said gate. So, let's see. The gate itself looks to be like a simple kind of wooden gate, probably about 8 to 9 feet high. And the door itself is locked. You don't know what might be around, whether it's alarms, trapped, or anything else. But Dorian, who is riding on, who wants to have, by the way, Dorian on their shoulder?
I would. I live in the forest. It would be safe for me.
Okay.
It's Dorian's choice.
Rock,
Okay.
paper, scissors. Sorry.
Right. So Dorian will start then on your shoulder, Liz. And Dorian sort of kind of whispers and just like, you gotta be careful with these wizards. You don't know what's gonna actually happen. So, but I'm sure it's fine. You just wanna make sure you don't, set off the alarm. I've heard bad things happen if you set off alarms at the bank. I mean, not.
Do you know that because you go in through the gate because you're?
I thought about that. The problem is, I don't think I could carry the item.
But when you go in that way, does it set off the alarm? Because I think you probably do.
No, I've never actually been through. This is all what I've heard.
Is somebody in the party able to detect traps?
Well, long ago, before I got into my circus work, my parents were amazing drow rogues. I was the best of my class, and they were quite disappointed when I said leave the underdark. But I do have some atrophied skills from way back in the day that I could give a shot.
Would you like to use that said atrophied skill?
Yes, we will. Let's see how.
Wait, Lassen. I have dark vision. Do I see anything that looks dangerous to Lassen?
That would be dangerous to Lassen.
Besides Lassen himself?
Let me make a perception.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, a perception check, please.
What number is that?
Based on your intelligence.
Oh, thank you. I have 18 wisdom plus 4.
So then you would be probably, I'm thinking D20 plus 4. I don't know if you're proficient in perception, it might say on the sheet. So you would add your proficiency to it.
It might say it, but I don't know where it is. I'm good at dark vision. That's all I got.
Proficiency is right under your attributes.
Oh, I've got a 3 plus proficiency bonus in everything.
Okay, so let's say then, so that would be plus 7 then, so you'd be rolling D20 plus 7.
Can I perform the help?
Not on something that is being, no.
16.
Okay, not from what you can tell.
Plus
It
seven,
looks to be,
16 plus seven.
oh, so 23 is all.
Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
no, it looks to be more or less like what you see in front of you, a normal wooden gate. You don't see anything obvious on it.
All right.
So,
I actually have thieves' tools written on here.
seems like a good time to use them.
Here we go. Which skill do you roll for this?
Actually, so these tools should be a dexterity, check, but it would be. I was like, wait, that sounds really familiar.
I have sleight of hand.
This is
This-
beautiful.
yeah,
This stream is now silent for.
I know, exactly. The Twitch stream is now like.
Tom Cruise is alright to know I'm very strong.
Strongly worded letter.
It's just, I guess it's just perception for you. If they know if he doesn't list that skill.
I've got sleight of hand.
No, it would just be your dexterity plus your proficiency in this case.
All right. That's 7.
Okay.
No one can see that, right?
Oh, Lord. Sadly, I can see that.
We backflip into a 9.
Okay, perfectly safe. I mean, you know, no problem. You can't unlock it, but it seems perfectly untrapped.
I persuaded to unlock.
Not so much. So
Can I just take my axe and crash it?
They're dusty. It's
you
been
could
years.
take your axe and crash it through the impregnable Bank of Ages door. Yes, you could certainly smash it. This night gate.
Okay, so it's not just a gate. It's not just a gate. It's-
Well, it may be just a gate, but it may also, you know, set off stuff inside.
Can anybody throw a knock spell at it?
We're outside and I can speak to plants if that would help.
I don't think it would help as much as a knock spell.
They're
know
like
how
two
to-
faces, one
they're
that
just here all the
always
time.
lies,
Could conceivably be climbed too. Doesn't look like there's barbed wire.
What's above
I
that?
could climb.
It doesn't look like there's anything above it. It's just about 8 foot tall block door.
Oh, so it's not like a gate in a wall, it's not like a gate in the side of a house, it's like a gate in an external wall that
Correct.
goes around, but.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll climb over the
Yeah, I'm
fucking wall.
gonna uncannily dodge my way right up that thing.
Okay. So, in this particular case, so yeah, you're gonna use the, I'll take acrobatics if you had that. I can't imagine that Lassen does not have acrobatics.
You wrote this thing, Greg.
I wrote it.
We have climbing?
You wrote this thing, Greg. We'll add my dice.
Okay.
Haha, 22.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you, no problem, you know, sort of get right up to the top, kind of, you know, stop at the top of the gate, look at all your friends, you see, kind of, you can just sort of peer and see Dorian's kind of eyes from his shoulder, and Dorian's like, that's great, how the rest of us get it?
You should, hopefully you can open it from the other side.
Let's see if I can not fall down the other side.
Dorian, you're a mouse. Can't you just walk through the?
The crack under the door.
Yeah.
NPC, solve all the things, please.
Okay, so let me reveal a little more. This is what, not the rest of you yet, but what Lassen sees.
Hey guys, it's a hallway.
Okay. So it's not a hallway actually, it's a roadway, at the end of which is a cart. And you can see what looks like a cart that means business. It is armored, this cart, and you can see on the front of it, even from your position here, that there is a very mean-looking crossbow that is mounted on the front of this cart. There are no horses or any other beasts of burden attached to it. It's just there. There's also another gate of the kind like this that's here to the eastern side of this little roadway, and another smaller door that's right here. And sorry,
He's not talking about you, he's talking about a door.
I appreciate it. Door goes up, all the way goes up like this. Okay. And another door that you see here. So you've got smaller door, gate that looks like the one you just came through. And lastly, this is what you see looking down the roadway to the north.
Guys, it's a road with a super cool cart that we can join right on. Oh yeah.
Can you come down and open the gate?
All right, Lassen will will go and open the gate.
Okay. It opens with no problem. There is apparently no alarm on this side. Opens, and now all of you can see this. There's enough dim light, sort of moonlight, that most of you can see this. You can also see a couple of glowing orbs of light that are set into the outside of the wall that light the way a little bit leading up to these areas. And otherwise, you don't see anyone or anything, just this cart and the doors.
I'll walk forward and see what, peer around the court, whatever that opening in the right is.
This thing?
Yeah.
That's closed, so it's a gate, like this one.
Okay, so I can't peer over that.
No,
Can
and
I
you can look and see
under?
that it looks like that one.
Okay, is there any under?
No, there's a little bit of a gap, but not very much. Certainly not to be able to see. You do see a little bit of light, but not like blinding light, like the same kind of dim light.
Okay. Do we want Lassen to jump up there and see which Lassen can see?
There's something cutting action over there.
Could we group the cart together and pretend like that's our job? That we're supposed to be here pushing the cart?
That cart makes me nervous.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that
Jumping
when-
over gates
I have
in
a
an
feeling
alarmed
that if
library
somebody
makes me
approaches
also
it too closely and hits a tripwire or something, that crossbow is going to shoot.
Yeah,
Lassen
I don't
will
want
inspect.
Lassen to jump down, I want Lassen to jump up, so Lassen has more of a view of whatever it is down to the right, because what if that's our way and we ignore it?
Alright guys, hold on, I'll go find out. Stay here, stay safe. I'm gonna backflip in this direction.
Okay. Okay, so, to be clear, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. He said, hopefully. No. Whoops.
No problem solved, the whole thing just ceased to exist in this universe, right?
Okay, so there we go. So, what I was trying to do is I was trying to get Lassen, and I think that's Lassen. Nope, that's Wist. It's so small I can't even see which one. Okay, that is Cadmus. I clearly will. It'll be the person all the way to the left.
This is the classic Roll20 experience.
Very
authentic.
It really is. Yeah, it really is. The other problem is that I'm going to literally cut and paste because otherwise I'm afraid I'm just going to copy it just in case.
Red one's
All right.
great, but when I tell you
Now,
to move,
if
I can't move
all
one
the way
part without
over
moving a different one. It's so
this,
annoying.
there we go. I should be able to paste right there. Okay, lovely. All right. So now I can get it. Right. Okay, so last, you were going to attempt to jump up, you said, over here. So I will need you to do another one of those handy-dandy acrobatics / dexterity checks.
15.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough to be able to get up onto that gate. So when you get up onto the gate and you look down, you are, I don't know how startled you are, but you see that you appear to be looking at what are stables. And inside these stables, you hear the distinctive sound, slight whinnying sounds and things like that, of horses, if you had to guess. They don't sort of immediately neigh in fear or anything like that. You can just sort of, and stuff like that. If you had to guess, they are probably asleep. You can't see how many of them there are, but you do clearly can tell that they're definitely creatures, animals of some kind in there. And at the very eastern end of this, you see a set of closed doors and a ceiling above it. So there's no jumping above this. These are outdoor stables, but that is clearly interior of something, presumably the bank.
Guys, there's horses in here that we can totally
Takeaway.
Okay, I'm gonna go in and check out that door.
You're going into the stable.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna open all of those sun shields and see if the keys to the horses drop out.
Right, let me just, okay, so are you going up to the You see
Can I
the
let
check
us
that
in the gate before we do that?
Well,
I thought you already opened the gate.
No, we shouldn't do that. This is a different gate. Do you,
Oh.
I'm just saying before you jump down.
but then we're not conveniently like the double roof apart from the, okay, I'll open the door.
Yeah, yeah, just saying that should you go up to that
We'll
other door,
avoid
bad
splitting up
things-
the party.
and bad things happen. At this point, I'm taking out a rope and tying it around. Tying it around your waist.
Calixin, just in case.
Yeah. No,
Uh,
not Lassen. No.
No, Calixin.
Mr.
Yeah.
Included. And
Yeah.
That's
Mr.
Professor
Included.
Calixin.
Yes, Calixin.
Okay, so can I assume then that the rest of you are now going to make your, or, are waiting outside the gate? Like, not the gate, but the stable, gate,
Yeah.
while Lassen is doing this?
Yeah, keeping an eye out for things.
Checking out the horses just in case.
We are going to copy that just in case. Okay. So we're gonna put you all outside here, and we're going to get rid of the second Lassen to avoid any kind of
But
time
what if we
continuity
need the
problems.
second lesson?
Well, we don't have any backup lessons, that's not how this works. Okay, okay, so Lassen, the door is, as you might have expected, locked, and this is a normal sort of, it's a double door, but it's a normal double door. Looks very strong, oaken wood, and definitely not the gate.
Okay. No keys like under a barrel and no cap.
Sadly, well, if you want to take a while to investigate underneath the straw, give you about an hour, kind of go look under
Only
everything.
if the hay was, only if the key was needle sized.
Yeah, exactly.
True challenge.
I find it difficult to believe that the way to the vault of ages is through the stables.
Well, let's just see if we can leave the door open and take a peek. I mean, might as well not leave
You know,
anything
getting
unknown.
into the servants' entrance is a time honored.
Oh, I can wear an apron.
I worry about it so much.
Let's see, that's just that.
Yeah, actually, this is investigation that you're doing.
Oh, I have that. Sweet. I did only get a 13 though.
Okay, so, you don't think that the door is alarmed. You do know that the door is locked, and then you would need to do an additional, like, dexterity thing to try to pick the lock. Or, as Cadmus mentioned, a knock spell. Or, as Garvin perhaps whimsically suggested, cutting it open with an axe,
Or I can just try to kick it.
Right, I do have thieves' tools, although somebody seems to have left the ability to use them on me. But I do have thieves' tools. I rolled an 18 plus whatever it is that I would need to do to use thieves' tools.
That would be, well, dexterity would be the 1 plus proficiency, so I think that's 7.
22.
Okay. So, yeah, so you are actually able to, as you pick the lock, the door swings open, and you find you are looking at this. You're looking at the inside of a hallway. It is dimly lit, but there are, as I mentioned, those orbs of light. There are some of these inside as well. And I need you to make a perception check for me, Lassen, is just kind of opening up the door.
Ooh. I mean, I noticed everything.
Specifically.
10. I noticed 10 things.
Right, okay. So you notice that the hallway has this gorgeous green carpet, and almost plush. There are these amazing, you can see sort of marble inlay on the floor, so the carpet is covering the floor. The orbs themselves glow with this very pleasant looking light, and it's very quiet inside the bank.
I'm gonna get this decorated for my faculty office.
Very, very nice, yes. This is clearly where the administrators get their money.
Does the carpet look?
Just kidding.
Does the carpet look like it might actually be grass or some kind of plants?
Well, I mean, I will answer this question, although technically you're not there. But I will say, you're on the outside of it. But no, it looks like a plush. It's a lot more, not grass, but a lot more soft than, let's say, Geneva Con carpets, if you know what I'm talking about.
It's not like a really flat, sleeping gelatinous cube.
No, it does not appear to be a gelatinous cube, as your 10 check has clearly confidently given you that sense.
Hey guys, come on.
All right.
We're in. That was easy.
So actually, last night, I don't think you opened this door yet, just so you know.
Oh, I
the out one, that down here, but I don't think
No,
this
oh, I
one.
thought that.
No,
that's
we
what
wait for
opened
the
that.
horses.
Okay.
It's open now.
So
Yeah,
we
no,
can come
no.
back and open it, and you all can see, again, or hear like the slight, whinnying of horses asleep.
They're so cute. Okay, come on, guys, come on. It's really fun.
Now, question, as you're doing all that, are you attempting to kind of, stealthily make your way across, or are you just like, horses, let's go? Like, how are you doing?
Well, I plan on being stealthy, I can't speak for the others.
So,
Okay.
Also stealthy.
Yes, when I walk through the forest, I try not to disturb.
Not disturb nature, of course.
I got
Candace,
10 in that.
Candace, you're going to attempt to carefully make your way, or confidently stride across the
You gonna
stage?
punch that horse first?
Punch each horse in turn.
Carefully and stealthily, because it's the middle of the night.
tippy toes.
We don't wanna wake the horses up, the whole idea is that we're.
Oh, it's probably that. Oh dear.
Yeah. You're gonna try?
You thinking, Richard?
Yeah, sure.
Let me have all of you make stealth checks, please, which will be a dexterity check. If you have a skill on your sheet,
Can I help the
great, you
fighter?
can add that skill number, otherwise it would probably just be, your dexterity, bonus, whatever that would be.
Sweet.
That's plus
Do I roll a 20?
Yeah, D20 always, yeah.
I got a 14.
14,
24.
24.
I rolled an 8.
I'll come back to the 8.
Well, that's fine.
All right, Gleason,
11.
11,
So
okay.
11 plus 4.
So 15, okay. So we had an 8 and 11, okay, so Latson and Cadmus and Whist, without much difficulty, sort of quietly go across. Calixon, there are a couple of moments where you're going across and your tail kind of, a little bit, and of course, as you continue to go by. And then we have Garvin, who, I'm really curious to see, what is the image of Garvin stealthily making your way across the stables? Like, right. Yeah. Each time, clap, clang, clap, right? So you get to the end, and this one, and then you hear a, like, kind of moving around the stable a bit, and kind of the head of something bumping against the door. Not try to like bash through. So what do you do, Garvin, when that happens?
Where's your fourth god now?
I grab Candace and throw it in. I desperately see if I have anything that a horse would eat and. Carrot. Carrot, carrot.
I'm not carrying a carrot, no. I do, I'm worried about,
I thought anything was
that's a stereotype. We don't just eat carrots, we eat, all kinds of seitan and tempeh and all.
I just, I.
Come on, Chief, you gotta have something the horse eats. Dorian says.
I wonder if the horse eats mouse, Dorian.
Yo, hey,
I mean-
you're not very funny, all right?
We're probably all carrying food of some sort, but why did you look at me for the carrot? I just.
She's a bard. You can sing a lullaby to it.
Yeah, I can do that.
Can we just ignore the horse and move along?
You can, I will say, absolutely, if you wanna try, you can see, like, what happens. It's possible it don't work.
Lassen is.
Oh my
God.
Is this, when you're doing this, are you actually humming this, or just like?
He's working it.
Okay.
Performance.
This horse is gonna
I can speak with animals and control emotions. I don't know if either of those would help.
You can, but only if you see the horse. Right now, the horse is on the other side. As Lassen plays this,
Wait,
there's
the
kind
horse is on the other side?
of,
Yeah.
of
Yeah,
the-
these tables have
of the
doors.
stable.
My character
Oh,
is
it's
woken
in
up
there.
horses.
Yeah, it's inside.
But.
Okay. But there's a
stealthily
door
as
between us and the
As a
horse.
giant
That's right.
robot.
I mean, not a door, a door.
There's a, not exactly.
Stable.
And actually, so,
Understood.
after a couple of bumps and sort of, so he's got his paw and calm.
I've still got it.
Lassen, while you're doing this, I want you to make another perception check.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The horses were the guards the whole time.
13.
Okay.
No, 12. 12.
12?
12.
Okay. So Lassen, you're kind of like, all right, we did it. And then you swing around, and suddenly you see more floating than walking. Down the hallway is what looks like a suit of armor. And as it walks, or floats really, you look and see that there is no face within its helmet, just a glowing blue light. And it is floating down the hallway right in your direction. Like not towards the door, but heading down south.
You said something about it's floating? Or
Say again.
Floating.
Floating.
Floating, oh, okay, floating, excuse me.
If it's roll 20, it's probably floating, but.
I encourage us to hide and point out good hiding spots for other non-circus people.
Okay. If you're all gonna, are you all doing that? Gonna attempt to hide?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
So you can kind of sneak left and right. What I will ask is for each of you to make stealth checks for me. The four of you can do this at advantage. You, however, Lassen cannot, for
And
reasons I'll
stealth
describe
check is
later.
rolling 20.
The stealth check is rolling 20 and is going to be, if you have the skill, you would add whatever the skill is there, otherwise it would just be your
Advantage
dexterity.
means you roll
I'm pretty
twice.
confident you're not gonna be super stealthy.
Advantage is,
Not the way I'm doing it.
advantage is roll twice to make it better.
Correct.
Okay.
But it's an 18,
Okay,
and then a 10, so I got an 18.
18, sounds good.
I accept.
At advantage?
Did you roll twice?
Yeah.
12 isn't that one, okay. So the three of you were able to like, jump behind the barrel and everything else. Cadmus, I think what happens is that all of your friends grab spots, and so you're just sort of, and then you're sort of like next to the door, like kind of, maybe with a sack on your head, one of these deals, like a lamp shape. Lassen, what did you get?
15.
Okay, so you managed to duck like behind the door just as this thing just floats by, totally silently, by the way. But you can but see a slight glow from within the armor, kind of flowing out of the bottom of the armor as it goes this way. It has a sword and a shield, by the way, as it floats.
Does it orient on me, since this is such a crack?
Fortunately, no, because you're in here.
Okay.
It seems to be exploring, doing something or patrolling or something this area.
Okay.
And it goes past and then goes out of the way and out of sight around the bend in the hall.
Does it look like,
I will show you exactly what it looks like.
does the suit of armor look totally stationary as it is floating? Or does it look like it is moving?
Like its arms are moving?
It's right, it's not doing this. It's floating like in one sort of, solitary or one static position.
Mm-hmm.
But it does look like, this is just sort of, this is kind of what Lassen can see, but I'm assuming Lassen will tell you this, that the arm does look like articulated, like it could move if it wanted to, but it's just sort of doing this thing. Need to see if I can find one of these without revealing the entire map terribly.
If you want to, you won't say no.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
I am sure you would. Okay, let's see. I don't want to. I'm very worried about revealing the map. I will.
Okay.
And frankly, you didn't see it anyway.
But actually, only Cadmus saw it.
So.
See, Lassen's behind the door, it's really Cadmus who saw it.
Well, no, Cadmus because Cadmus was hiding inside the stables, which made it a lot easier. If you made that same check and you were in the hallway, then
I think we
it'd
all
be
did
initiative
some
time, I
of it,
think.
right?
Lassen just shakes his head, whispers 3 days to retirement.
And an hour's passed.
Let's see the picture of that vote again.
Okay, two things. Take a potty break. And number one, and number two, my suggestion to the team is that we go in and the opposite way from that thing. So that we
Okay,
go
to the north?
up, yeah, to the north.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
or we wait and see if there's more than one and there's some kind of pattern. I don't know.
I'm good. Wings. That, in fact, you can wait for the pattern while I run to the bathroom.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll take a short bathroom break. If everyone wants to take it with us, you can, but we'll be back here in like 2-3 minutes. And we'll
Yep,
get started.
bathroom's right for the end of
A break for us is a break for you as well.
I
Please
stay
take care
hydrated,
of your
which
lunch.
is close to gym.
So
Yeah, it wasn't filming during all the introductions.
That's fine, I'll get that. Is it going now?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
going now just fine. It's just that it didn't. It's just
Oh, we
that
do have audio. I'm recording audio separately just in case.
It had stopped. It hadn't even gone into this app. It had only been going for 12 seconds.
That's annoying.
But I was able to figure out a way to stop it and restart it, and now you have like 12 viewers. So you're
Okay.
good.
And are there people chatting? Like,
I don't know how to check the chat.
Okay.
Shadow was there.
A few people. Okay, cool.
If you could take a photo.
Actually, I think someone hasn't been in there in a while. Our Polar?
Oh yeah, Polar. Yeah, we've had him in there for a while. That's cool. And also, hi Jen. Yes, take a photo of you.
Quite unfortunate to,
Most of the dice that I had in the very early stages were, yeah, no, it's right. Yeah. Hey Josh. I think it's your helping.
We had a couple people like this that came in. Okay. Well, I mean, listen, that's okay. Whatever.
So one of the first sets of dice that I ever had was a gift that I decided that
All right.
well, I was here, but I bought them because 20 and 20.
Okay, great. I think we ended up with something like 40, 35, yeah, something like that.
Apparently, the small dice is here. I'm not sure if they're under their own name or under one. So I might
Oh, okay, good. That's good.
So they used to play with themselves, and then very recently they had a Kickstarter where they were working on a thing.
So I want to get to my
Emily and I were
but
talking
like
about
if you tell me where you're streaming at,
sometime June.
Sure.
It's
On Twitch.
bought this. I don't really sure. They're very good and very sparkly, as you can see, and they are very expensive. Like I don't have yeah, like that's the reason why I want them. I don't have any dice.
Okay, thanks.
Sure, my pleasure.
Yeah, the dice that you throw at people when you get mad.
Yeah.
Like these are caltrops. Like if you step on these, you die. You take this die's worth of force damage to the foot.
I will be able to have the awesome.
We were walking through, we were in Vegas a couple of weeks ago. Flying back from Denver, Vegas, flight, and we decided to jump into like a people. We were walking at like 120. I have these very comfortable Crocs. And I stepped on the frozen pile on the way to, and I literally let it trail of blood all the way. Oh, I went into CVS downtown and got the emergency kit. I taped it up in the lobby.
That sounds terrible.
Okay. All right. Are we good? Let us reconvene.
We figured out what's going on here, Greg.
Oh, you did? You did?
Yeah.
What is it?
So the bank is haunted,
Okay.
right? And so the bank owners have hired us to figure this out because the bank is gonna have to be closed down. So all we have to do is take the mask off the ghost. And it's really a construction company that is making
This is fascinating. I appreciate, you know, these kinds of ideas.
It was Old Man Withers the whole time.
We need to find a way to that big dog though.
Okay.
Guess what you get a drown for?
Got them out?
All right, I got the dragon.
I work for drown snacks.
Oh God.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. So you were all inside here, and I think you had just said you were thinking about possibly either waiting to see if these things go by again, or heading north away from it. Is that more or less?
Yes.
Okay. What have you chosen to do? of those items.
Well, I think we were gonna wait and see how soon another one went by or something, and that would give us an idea of the pattern.
Maybe, what do you say? Do we take our chances or do we wait?
We only got,
Oh,
we
I don't
only
wanna
have
wait too
tonight.
long.
We only have
There,
tonight.
yeah, there are only two possibilities. That guard turns back around, or another guard comes back down. But we're not gonna find out which until someone gets in the hallway. So we're gonna have to vote for someone to do that.
I vote for last.
I'll go, I like the.
Let's just
Oh,
go.
no,
The
Liz
soft,
wants to-
the carpet looks really soft, and I kinda wanna like,
Let's let Liz go.
Well, I just, you know, not that I rolled poorly, but an extra check of that very plush, delicious carpeting, just to make sure it's not a really skinny gelatinous cube.
So you'd like to actually check and see if it is perhaps dangerous or not what it appears
Just,
to be?
you know, it's suspiciously gorgeous, and that guard floated, so, you know.
Let me have you make an investigation check, please.
It's suspiciously gorgeous.
What does suspicion
Eight.
look like in terms of a roll? Look, it's a nice, that carpet, you know, there are plush carpets and this clearly is a carpet. You definitively identified
Can I
it
use-
as a carpet.
Can I use my dark vision to see if I can spot anything dangerous?
Doesn't look anything. Sadly, not radar vision, if only.
Who has the most hit points?
No, I'll stand back from it a little bit and touch it with the point of my pipe.
You could do that, it just,
Nothing, okay.
nothing happens.
All right,
I'm
I'll walk
gonna-
down
I'm
onto it.
I'm going to, I'm already there, I'm already like down.
Okay. So Wiz is out, sort of like feeling the carpet as Cadmus confidently strides.
And I'm like, I'll get him in a second, but it's just like, oh,
We're professors.
This is the administrator level carpet.
Yeah. Okay,
This is the
so,
people who approve budgets level carpet.
yeah, pretty much right. Okay, so. All right, you can see that the hallway extends to the north and then turns. And it turns in two directions, both east and west. And then the hallway again goes to the south and again turns east and west to south. And it does appear to be a door of some sort to the southern side right here that you can sort of see from your vantage point. You don't see any guards, any other guards, or the return of that floating thing yet, I hasten to add.
Which route would take us toward that central structure?
Well, when you say, when you say, I'm guarding. Oh, that was Canvas. Let's see, Canvas. What central structure do you mean?
Don't we have a wall around a central structure, which is the bank, and then like some outbuildings?
No, you're pretty sure this is the bank.
Oh, really?
You're pretty sure it is. Now, it's not the vault, but you're pretty sure this is the bank that's on the
The
floor.
stables is not a separate building.
No, stables are attached to the bank. For whatever reason, maybe it has something to do with the cart.
Yeah, see, I think they're bringing the stuff in and out from the cart, so this is, we're on the magic side, so somewhere in here, it doesn't have to be in the middle, it could be on the end, maybe we could check out that door that is down.
Which route is more or less in the direction of the cart?
Well, that right there is, this is you. So that's where the cart is.
Yeah, see, that's
So-
obviously the door, we
Well,
get up there,
that's
and
it.
that's the door to the cart, one of the doors.
I'm glad they're talking for so long, because the carpet is really nice, I'm just like, down there like enjoying it.
So far, about a minute and a half has passed.
All right, guys, let's go.
Me like this.
All right, I'm ready.
Up or down, I think we go down and check out that little room.
But that's the way that the guy went.
Yeah, but we don't see him.
I'm with you, let's go that way.
Okay.
What do you say?
Alright.
We go opposite direction of Floaty Scary Dude.
So north.
That was my first suggestion, and everybody
Come on,
did.
Yeah, it was a great idea.
Okay. So, let me bring you, are you attempting to be stealthy while moving?
Well, I'm trying, but we
No,
see
yeah,
how
we're
much that.
yeah, we're gonna be stealthy.
Let me have stealth checks from everybody.
15. Oh, good job.
13.
No.
16.
16?
Two.
2.
Two?
I'll come back to 2. Lexi, what about you?
Has it?
No. Not this time.
That was a dexterity one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Plus 2 is 10. Yuck.
Okay. So,
Your tail trips me like
Lassen and Cadmus and Whist, very quietly move along this quiet, soft plush carpet. Calixin, again, there's more of this as the tail is kind of brushing along the plush, and behind is clank, clunk, clank, clunk, as you're making your way up, and there's a little bit of echoing through the hallways, a bit, kind of alarmingly. You have not seen anything yet. It's now been about 2.5 to 3 minutes have passed.
It's like this thick of a carpet, Garvin.
I got nothing.
So, okay.
Dice need to go into the bad dice.
Yeah, you need to borrow the timeout chair.
I decided to be the timeout. I'll just roll them and throw them.
Okay. When you get here, you can see a few things. The first is that the hallway, after turning east, turns back to the north. And it also extends to the west, and there is a door that I will ping on the map for you right there.
Yeah.
And there is a door here that you can see as well. And the hallway, as I said, extends up in this direction.
I think we should check out that door nearest the cart because clearly the game master would have put the MacGuffin really right next to the exit and the cart. That's gotta be it.
Dorian whispers to Wisdom, "What's a game master?"
Well, me, but you know.
Sure, why not? That way we can run out screaming.
I think we should keep going. We left the horses, we let them sleep, but I'll go with you because I'm the new person that was out playing the hand drum with the students.
Well,
And
you're new faculty, you're not all tired and worn out and beaten to a pulp. Maybe you have some good ideas.
Life in the
I like
forest.
to point out, by the way,
I would say don't assume life in the forest can be harder than you might think.
I do want to point out, by the way, Lassen, that you have been a faculty member about 4 years at this time that you have this 1,000-year stare, like I've seen things, like, I've been a faculty member for 20 years, I'm here to tell you this goes that fast, okay? Yeah, life comes at you
Depends on
fast.
what you're teaching.
Especially the circus world is not. Anyway, so I'm sorry, so which way do you folks decide to head?
You say further north?
Like here-ish? Or?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like there's also something up there, and I know there's a second door.
You got a door, and a
I'm kind of with Lasso. Let's go back there and do a really quick check on can we get out, because I think we're gonna need exit routes.
Lesson runs over there and examines it.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is a locked door there, just a single door. What would you like to do about checking into it, looking into it, etc.?
Lesson runs over there and with a very effective rolling of a 3, gives a 10 to perceive this door.
The door seems to be just a normal door. It does not appear to be trapped, obviously. And you don't even think, Lassen, it's locked. Assuming that's the universal symbol for unopen the door, that opens to reveal. Mind don't be sorry. It is, doesn't reveal quite that much, but it reveals a hallway, small one, that looks kind of like an access hallway of some kind. There is a door just to the east, and then another hallway that extends up, and that's as far as you can see unless you go into the actual room. So you have a door here, you have what looks like a little bit of just a desk with a couple of papers just on it, and then a door up here as well. Now about 5 minutes have passed since you last saw the guard.
Yeah. We going the hallway.
Okay.
I want to know what's on those scrolls.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
we'll
want to
find
know
out
what's on
what's-
the desk and let's look in this other room.
Okay.
Besides checking the papers we can see, we check the desk drawers.
Okay. So, the desk is just a simple table, really. It doesn't even have a drawer in it. but you can see that there is a quill next to several open papers, or just papers on their own, not a book or anything like that. And there are a couple of scribbles of some kind on them. If you had to guess, you would say that these look almost like inventories. Like that you see some things like item delivered, and then there's a date. So there's a column for the item, there's a column for a date next to the item, and then there's a check. Some of them are checked, some of them are unchecked.
Do any of them say unstable, perilous device?
Sadly not.
Our device that will save the world, something like that.
Well, we know how many years ago that went in, right? I wanna flip through and see if we've got.
Only a couple of pages, so it's only like, there's only a couple that are just put down the desk, about 2 sheets.
Okay.
And they look to be only over the last few days. You see some weird, and it doesn't give a lot of descriptions except to say things like, there seem to be last names next to many of the items. Maybe the people who brought them, deposited them, something like that.
Anything from Collarton in particular?
No. And you, in fact, the names are unfamiliar to you.
Can we get into those other doors? There's that black room.
Mhm. Yeah, if you wish to try, you can do that. These doors do appear to be locked, however.
That's a lassenger out then, right?
All right.
And you've got 3. One here, one here, one here. This also, sorry, this one, these are 2 double doors. Single, single, double.
Let's open the lowest single, then that other single, then the black doors.
That sounds okay.
Okay.
Woohoo! 29.
Awesome.
Wow. Okay, this time you're, for some reason you're like, the other one you were kind of like, it feels fine. This one you're just like, like all becomes clear. Yes, this does not appear to be trapped, and you are able to open it to reveal a very, well, before I describe it, I will show it. This is a room that looks like a collection of miscellaneous objects. And when you come in originally, it looks very impressive. These look here to be like carts with gold bars, if you had to guess. There is another cart right here that is mirrored on the bottom. You have paintings, you have bags of gold, it looks like gold anyway, gold coins. You have a majestic looking sword and a shield. And you also have down here what looks like a kind of chest of some sort, kind of a silver chest. There are also some drawers here that are all closed but one, sort of thin and narrow. Not a lot of room to put stuff in there, but obviously you don't know what's in there until you go and look if you want to.
Let's go and look.
Yeah, last time we'll go check out the open drawer.
Okay.
Check out the chest.
Okay. Chest is locked. I'll come back to that. The open thing has in it what looks like a small little vial of some kind of clear liquid.
Yes.
Really?
Just kidding.
Can we open the other drawers?
Yes. All of them seem to have little, like there's a little statuette in one. There is a little bit of a couple more coins in another. There is what looks like maybe like an inkwell in a third. All of them have little items like this, each carefully placed in.
Okay, what about?
Do they have identifying cards with them?
They do not.
What about the cards? What's in the cards?
These cards here?
Yes.
They look like gold bars, but as you come close to it, I would like you to make a perception check, please.
Okay, and that's a +3 proficiency?
Believe that would be right, yeah, and then you
Because our wisdom, and so it's my wisdom, so that's +4 and +3?
Right, if you're, I don't know if your perception is proficient or not, I don't know if you're proficient in
It said my proficiencies are +3.
Right.
Your skills are what you're proficient with, right?
But yeah, but everybody can perceive.
Oh, I've
so
got
some people-
insight +7, persuasion and religion. Would
Okay, so
insight-
then perception is not, so then it would just be the +3, each one.
Okay. 15 +3, 18.
Okay. You notice a couple of like odd, what look like kind of gray scratches almost on the gold bars, which is weird because you can't, like they're gold. So when you lean in closer, you actually think they're not gold bars, you think they are lead bars that have been painted gold.
This is the room of fate stuff.
Probably, yeah. So can we get into that locked chest?
You can if you want to try to unlock it.
That's the last one.
Lassen's distracted with the weird.
Can anybody else unlock the chest?
This, you talking about this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Just quickly, Lassen, you can see your own face in the mirrored part.
Oh, yes.
So it's a nice moment. But there's nothing other than it has normal wheels in the bottom, and it does look like you transport stuff in and out using that car.
Interesting. Okay, now I'm going with the chest.
Okay.
Has Dorian ever seen himself in a mirror? Because I was gonna offer to let him look at himself in the tray.
He's kind of like, oh yeah, that's kind of always what I expected. That's
You're a
pretty
mouse.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Yeah, I knew it was a mouse. I wasn't gonna like go, I'm a little man. Like I knew it was a mouse. Like I like cheese. There were some signs. I had some signs in my childhood, in my youth. I knew. And so he kind of admiring himself in the mirror. As Lassen goes over, I would need 3 tools, meaning dexterity, here for this.
17.
Okay, total. This, maybe surprisingly to you, just opens up. No problem. And inside you see a glowing amulet.
Is this the thing? How are we gonna know?
I don't know, but I think we should check it out.
Is the sword and shield does it look anything like what the ghost person had?
No.
Okay.
They look very shiny. In fact, the more you look at it, Whisk, the more that you think it's like over shiny, like chrome paint from AutoZone shiny, right? Like that kind of shiny. It looks pretty cheap. You have a feeling this thing would.
It's just a hunch, but I would be careful handling the amulet of the sword and shield. But it could be cursed.
Lassen's like, wait.
Click's curious.
I would like to inspect the amulet.
Okay, specifically, what are you expecting it for? Like, what
I want to know if the amulet is responsible for the shininess in the room.
Oh. Let me have you make an Arcana check.
You still have that rope tied to him? Just.
I do. That's very tightly tied.
I love the image.
Which is why I'm tricking, so you know. Hey, this is not evil.
30 plus 3 is 16.
Okay, 16. That's basically what happens. You grab the amulet and suddenly some sound comes out of nowhere.
The audience loves it.
Okay, so 16. There's no question there's magic radiating from it, but you don't know what exactly. If you had to guess, it is illusion of some kind, but you don't know for sure what kind.
Do you share this with Kristen?
I do. And then I touch one of the gold bars.
Okay. You just don't have
It still feels like a solid thing.
It does. Although, like I say, having heard from Garvin probably, assuming Garvin mentioned this, it's definitely a lead bar, so.
Well, I think that what the doodad that we're looking for is not here.
Yeah, this doesn't look like the thing. Very curious that they have an entire room dedicated to.
Faking you out.
Or
Confiscation.
Well, I think it's just
I suspect this room is evidence that the amulet is casting an illusion of opulence on these objects. But it's very weird that they needed the objects to prove it. Couldn't they just put the amulet away?
I'm wondering if the amulet is what we're looking for because the big illusion of, big magic, maybe it's not real. Maybe it is the amulet giving off an illusion of being like the most marvelous thing in the world, even though it's not.
Isn't the talisman that we're looking for a magic dampening thing rather than a magic enhancing thing?
We don't know.
It's supposed to be stabilizing.
Stabilizing.
They were very big on that point. Stabilizing. Make sure you stay stabilized. You gotta stabilize.
Of course, the two most unstable people we've met in 3 years.
That's
Exactly, right.
They know what stable is though. Like, it's not them. Like,
I say I wonder if the amulet is causing that rug to look as opulent as it is. I mean, how far does it extend?
I'm curious.
yeah, no way to know that based on just the shape.
Right.
Is there any sort of enchantment on the safe itself?
It doesn't, and not from what, I mean, you need to like do more like the tech magics and so on if you were gonna do that, but it doesn't feel like that. It seems like it's a normal state from what you can tell.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think ultimately the thing that we're looking for is not here.
I'm on the.
But I'm very curious about this room.
Yeah, these might be cursed items.
I don't think.
There's also a statuette, by the way, like a bust, that's there too. So you've got bags, bust, painting, sword and shield, safe, cart with bars.
I think this is the room that they're taking stuff, off display. And that, the amulet is so, they've gotten rid of some of these gold bars, but that somebody doesn't know. Because of the amulet. That's why I would actually like to take the amulet and see if it alters my appearance to my friends.
The money laundering scheme.
Yes.
Ooh.
It's interesting, but it putting us any closer to finding what we're looking for.
It could.
Interesting.
So it's due, are you gonna take?
I would like to take the amulet
Okay.
and see if it gives me, if my appearance changes.
What's the radius on fireball?
the?
Just, I'm backing away a little bit.
Yeah.
How big is this room?
Good.
Nice fireball sized room.
Yeah, yeah. It's about like 15 by 30, 35, 15 by 35. Just enough to be narrowly obliterated by a fireball. When you put and you're putting the amulet on, I assume. So when you put the amulet on, there's a moment where everyone waits, and then it's just, guard wearing the amulet.
How do you feel, Gary? You feeling it?
Do I?
You feel pretty?
Do
Look at the spirit.
I
Look at the spirit.
like you to give it to myself?
And I pity anyone who isn't me today. Sorry.
Do I like you to give it to myself by looking in the mirror?
It doesn't appear to be. It would to be the same.
I think maybe you can fly.
That'd be cool.
Can I? I mean, it's worth asking.
Well, I mean, you gotta go several stories,
Jump,
Yeah.
You have to have a feather in your.
Right,
Now
I really believe.
By the way, about 9 minutes now since you last saw the.
Okay, then I'm gonna take the amulet off and leave it, though I still think this room is being used as a scam.
I'm gonna look out the hallway.
Okay.
Just like glance
Like
out.
this way?
Yeah.
Okay. You can do that. You don't see anything to begin with. Like, are you just gonna wait for a certain amount of time?
I mean, for like 5 seconds to see if I see anything.
Okay. You do not see anything.
Let's check
Cool,
out
like,
the rest of
back
this.
in immediately.
Okay.
Let's check out the rest of this, guys.
Yeah, let's check out.
Since
the-
we're already in this
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
Single
that-
door 2.
Yes,
Something like
that's
this one?
what you, yeah.
Once again, that is locked, Lassen. Assuming Lassen's gonna deal with it. Let's deal with it.
Good lord.
How
6.
bad? Well,
It's not a 1.
It's true. It is definitely not a 1. Nonetheless.
can we try to strong on it?
You could try to force it.
Okay.
But be loud.
Oh.
Can I try to, can I do
It's
an
loud.
check to, can I,
Force it.
Oh, right, sure.
can I do an next check to see if I can
You
block
still wanna do it? I'll-
without any tools?
Here's
I
my
need
these
tools.
tools.
I guess you could try. I would make this probably disadvantage for you, Felix, insofar as.
I have woodcarver's tools, can I just?
Given a few hours, you probably could.
Here, use this thing. It's not my favorite.
We make a very fast Shawshank Redemption, but I don't know.
Garvin, you wanna step out there with me, we'll love kick this shit out of it?
Yeah, I heard about this possibility.
Disadvantage is 10.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
There's, you could try the double doors.
I've got an 18, what do you got?
On strength, 14 plus 2, so
It probably makes sense for me to be the primary role and you to assist.
So both of you are like stepping up?
the door down.
Like, okay.
in unison.
In unison. All right, let me have strength checks for both of you, please.
Oh, okay.
I got that's 8 plus 2, I got a 10.
I've got,
14 plus.
okay, does athletics come into this at all?
I would take athletics, yes.
Okay, so I've got, plus 3 is 31.
31. So I like the image of Garvin's like, and then meanwhile, like, and just door slams open, slam, bam, like echoes all through the, the halls, all the, you hear bam, 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 like all, down the hallway.
I'd like to point out that while this is going on, Karen has found a second page of her character sheet that has a paragraph on it. And so Lassen is just digging around in his pocket, and he pulls out this helm of telepathy that he could maybe use to talk to Thaddeus. And then the door slams open.
I've got a really quiet bam, bam, bam. Okay, so the door slams open, and what you see inside it are basically what look like broken shelves and tables. There's an empty metal cart over here, not silvered or mirrored, and then there's some wood hammers and tools. It looks like they're doing work in here, maybe making it into a storage chamber or something like that.
It doesn't look like it's worth
Especially since we just-
investigation.
Yes, clearly a door is also going to need to be under construction.
Just gotta keep them employed.
Can we knock something over in here, so if somebody checks it out, it looks like something fell over?
It's already pretty knocked over already. So the bam might have been several shelves also falling from the kick of Cadmus's mighty
We should
heel.
maybe get out of here.
Well, at least I haven't gotten to kill anything yet. At least I got to destroy some.
And there are no documents in this room.
Not that you can tell, although I guess you could like lift up shelf, but it doesn't look like anything.
While they're checking out that room, Lassen will go down and check out that door.
This
Because
double
he feels
door.
like we might need to run out of here if that guard shows up.
Oh, you're talking about down here.
No, that door.
This door?
Yeah,
Okay.
just in case there's like a back way out, in case the guard shows up.
Also locked. No, I take it back. I'm sorry. No, it is. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Can't remember this. Yes, it is. It is locked.
Ooh, 22.
Okay. Yeah, that's no problem. The door opens.
I'm going over there, I'm getting out of this,
Okay. The door opens to reveal a very nice looking, it almost looks like a waiting room of some kind. There are two nice plants. You can see decorative plants to the east here. You've got a very nice bench to the west. This nice sort of plush, carpet here. This looks to be a bench covered with velvet, green velvet, and then another set of double doors to the north.
So
touching the velvet.
It's very nice.
So that's where the
It's
customer.
that thing where you push one way and like
Yeah,
you push
so
back the other way.
I like make a little W
So
out of
where the
it.
customers come
And then
in through the lock
wipe it off.
door, that we have, the stuff is taken and it's taken and done something with, I really think we need to go back to the way the guard thing was going.
Well, we just made a whole bunch of noise,
I could ask the plants.
so I feel like we should go a different direction because.
You could speak with the plants.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
like, the important person's office way or something.
Okay, so as soon as she thinks, oh, I could speak with the plants, can Lassen then remember he has this helmet telepathy and he
If Wiz is like, speak with plants, like if you, yeah, presumably, yeah.
Okay.
This is a little insecure about the whole situation, just playing music, and then there was like a party, and there were wenches and booze, and then like all of a sudden it's like, do you want to go to the library? So I'm, a little tentative about the whole situation. So I'm just suggesting to the group that I could ask these
Ask the
plants,
plants, sure.
talk to a fern.
Just talk to a person.
Oh, guys, I have a helm of telepathy.
And
I
I'd
can
let
ask
Dorian
Thaddeus
answer
what
one
we're
on the
looking
velvet.
for.
Dorian's on the
I'll
velvet.
make a research.
Helm's telepathy will not sadly extend to
Range.
planes.
Nice.
Geneva Con is very distant.
Talk to the
They have
plants.
bad
But
internet.
what I would recommend
Yes, it
is,
is.
is whenever we
It's
come to
Indianapolis,
the
it's
door,
very-
we see if we pick up any thoughts on the other side before we open the damn thing.
Is that how telepathy?
So,
Yeah.
so you walk, so Wiz, you aren't doing the speak with plants thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm like, hey, ferns. But I have to cast it, right? So,
They sort of respond, yes.
okay, so what goes on through that door? The glowing people? Or like,
The ferns
Warm
make no
people.
reply. It occurs to you, Whis, that ferns are not known for being the greatest of conversationalists.
Yeah, no, I'm not either.
Probably not keen observers of the fine
I'm not either, so I'm not judging the ferns.
Although I had a great idea for a spin-off adventure with fern. No,
But they know that people go through here.
yes, they see
Is it safe here, where you are in this room? Is it safe or dangerous?
Safe for a fern.
No, the ferns wouldn't set me up.
I think that's a lot of.
It's an evil
faith
fern.
about the plant.
You know, one of my best friends was a potted plant for about 15 years, and you can't have loyalty like that. So no, it sounds like the ferns are just saying seems to be an unremarkable area, right? People go through and it's safe here. So I don't know, do we want to just pop in and see what happens up there? Or do we want to go back out into the, I'm also, Dorian is running on the velvet and making little like prints.
Dorian actually may do that, but then sort of runs back up and is kind of like, if the plant got anything to say, it's got any dirt to tell you about it. Apologize.
Did you get to the root of the problem?
Yeah. I shouldn't leave that alone, but I.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Oh, geez.
I want the chat to know.
Twitch chat 0. Like,
I want the Twitch chat to know that I am going.
Okay, do we want to go up in the other door that's north, or do we want to go back down?
I say we continue.
I think let's keep moving in the direction.
Yeah, let's go up.
So,
yeah.
Okay. That room now this door is not locked, so you can still check it if you wanted to see if there was an alarm or something like that. It's not locked.
To check for alarms or something.
Okay. Yes, you can do that.
I have 12, I got 12.
Doesn't seem alarmed to you?
Okay, through we go.
Okay. When you,
It's like floaty guys gotta be coming to find out what that kerfuffle was.
God knows what it is. It may not even.
it's now been about 11 minutes, by the way, since you saw the guard last.
Wouldn't be a very effective guard.
You open this to reveal, not that, to reveal a hallway above.
Yay, another hallway.
Another hallway, but there are a few differences about this one.
Look at that carpet. Wow.
What did you say?
Maybe the carpet is the task.
The carpet is really.
We need to pull up all the carpet and take it out.
Well, we'll have really nice offices right in the world in.
Yeah, I learned
That's
that.
right, we win either way.
That's right.
I learned not to describe scenery as a game master because then my players would literally cut the tapestries off the walls and steal them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see from your vantage point that it is indeed the aforementioned hallway, but it's much wider than the previous one. And you can also see there are some benches down here.
Oh, those are benches.
On the southeastern side. Well, these right here are benches.
Oh, what are those round portal-like?
These, exactly, are they the portal? No, they are not the portal. These things look to be braziers, but they're currently unlit. You don't see any flame coming out of them. You do see, however, a door here to the west. You see a double door directly to the north, and then this hallway that presumably extends from down below. Like we went above, basically around where you had originally seen as it stuck to the north, and then a set of double doors here. I will say these double doors up here look fairly, a little more impressive than the other ones. They seem to be, there seems to be some kind of engravings and things like that. Etchings, really, on the outside of that door.
So
Check that out.
I think the fern's on the way through. Just thanks for talking.
Can we tell what language those carvings are in?
Yeah, but you have to walk up to see it. You can only barely see that they're like, you can't make it out from here. So you have to
We should go look
that
at
way.
it.
Yeah.
Wait, guys, let's make sure that the other door, maybe goes out to where the cart is so that we can get out of here if we need to. Escape routes,
You talking about this one?
Yeah. Last one wants to check that one for an escape route.
Okay. If you want to do that, that one is in fact locked. And it is, again, looks a little bit like the gate, not the door, but the gate from the stables that you were at down below. Not the same door, but but it looks more like that.
I guess we were going through here unlocking all these doors, imagine a sign that says free stuff. You know, like, all of these artifacts get released into the world. Whoops.
Exactly.
12?
We'll break it down if we need to.
Yeah, we'll make more noise later. We can break down while we're running away.
Okay.
And hopefully it's not like a room closet.
What do we see when we look up at that hallway?
What you see when you look up this hallway are a set of stairs, but the stairs also have several like closed, basically large metal gates that are gate, 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 and then bars down this way. This looks like this thing has been closed off. Like this very much says no. You can't unlock it almost certainly. It almost looks like the stairs are under construction, if you had to guess.
So we're gonna go look
Anybody
at
detect
the
magic?
We can go back and look at that.
Well, the clear.
Carvings.
Yeah. Did you
I got to look spell magic.
But not
the
detect
carvings on the door?
We didn't go.
Oh, I do, I have to wait.
Yeah, we did look at the
I
door.
have detect magic.
Okay.
I think this might be a good idea to do
On the
this in this
stairs.
way. She kind of did on this area, right? She did
Yeah.
the stairs and the gates with the inscriptions too.
Well, so two different things. Inscription on the door, and then this is just the sort of metal lattice work that suggests that this is under construction already.
Well, but the spell won't extend to
You take both.
Okay.
How do you move to the door?
This one with the
Well, I don't know. I think the door with the carved words and this weird stair thing are both candidates to be the portal, but I don't know which.
Right, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the bougie door.
Okay.
I think it's not the bougie door,
Yeah,
I
bougie
read
door.
the cabinets here, that it's the.
It looks so weird.
Yeah.
Also, and I should also note, by the way, inscription. This one also, though, has a little plaque next to it.
And what does it say?
The plaque says "in common security." And down here, the inscriptions are on the doors themselves. Again, you need to go next to it to see what they say. But this has a very simple plaque that says security. The doors look just like normal doors.
Okay, what is the lower one?
I'm sorry,
What is the what are the inscriptions on the lower one?
on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you head over to look at that, I will bring us all down here.
We're going back to the stairs, just.
And then up here. Okay. Couple of notes here. First of all, when you get over to the side, you can see that there is something coming your way. Something wicked this way comes. And now that we're here, no, it is not, it's literally just sort of, it seems to, I actually put that too close, it seems to have just come around the corner. And there are two sets of these double doors with inscriptions of some kind on them. But of immediate concern, or more immediate concern, you would guess, is the presence of this thing. And I will zoom in a little bit.
It's not the floaty thing?
It is very much the floaty thing.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, Gardner, it seems to me that might be undead, like some kind of spirit animating the armor, so we could start off by trying to
And it's
dispel.
floating towards you now. It may not have seen you yet, but you have to make a decision quick.
I could do an illusion.
I can do protection from evil and good, but protection from evil.
You can definitely do that. If you're protecting from evil, whatever this thing is, you will be throwing down with it, presumably in a moment, because it's about to see you.
Or you could try, or you could try to dispel it on the theory that it's undead, and you're incredible. And if it's not undead, then nothing will happen, but we'll.
Lesson's instinct is to run for it.
It could be fake. There was a whole room of fake things.
I can turn undead.
Yeah, I think we're
That's what I'm talking about.
Lassen thinks those are creepy. No, Lassen wants to not have any of that. Also, Lassen, when he thinks about that security, he's just thinking there's like, I don't know, 700 of those things right behind that door, all I Am Legend zombie style panting. He's like, let's just go this other way.
Will y'all try to turn it in?
Well, we don't know this is undead.
No, we don't know it's not.
How about, does protection from evil matter more than you? I'm casting protection from evil.
Okay. It's okay now. Casting protection from evil on yourself.
Can I only do it on myself, or can I do it on the party?
This
Do
is
it on a circle.
yeah, well, it should be right. There should be like a protection from evil. I think is you and 3 others. You said doubtfully. Need to double check and see. Protection from evil would be.
3 others, you said. Lassen maybe stops backing away.
Yes, but there are 4 others with me.
Oh yeah, it's just 1. That's what I thought. Protection from evil is good. 1 willing creature you touch. Could be you.
I would protect Dorian, right?
I'm protecting myself. So that,
Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, you're not. Oh.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna protect myself because that way I can engage it.
In that case, as it sees you, and it does one of these things where it's like, and suddenly alters course in your direction, and I would like initiative rolls, please.
I will be beside you to engage.
Dexterity here, and let's change
I
it.
rolled a natural 20!
Yay!
Plus other things. I
This
don't know.
guy is like those video games from our childhood where the thing would always come closer to you no matter where you went.
Yeah. Okay, so I rolled a natural 20. Do I add my other stuff to it?
Gee.
Okay.
And you rolled a natural one?
You're going to be adding your dexterity to that for your initiative roll.
So I'm sorry, do what?
You're going to add your dexterity your dexterity modifier
That's
to that roll.
-1.
Yeah, I don't seem to.
I've got a
improve
+2 on
initiative.
strength.
Okay. So what do we have from Calixon?
Yeah, just did.
He wants to know what it is.
11.
Okay.
Well, now I know what you're doing.
All right.
Thanks, or just, you said that's just this one.
Just one
It-
thing.
Yeah, just the d20 plus your dex should be fine for the initiative. Yeah.
Because I have one that says initiative +2 and one that says dexterity is +1.
No, if it's +2, then use the initiative one that you have. So +2.
7.
7, okay. Let's see. How about what do we got from Cadmus?
9.
Okay. What do we got from Garvin?
I rolled a natural 20, but I also have a -1.
Okay, so 19 and Lassen.
5, but I rolled a natural 1.
So a lot of people were. This is actually narratively appropriate since they're all like, you know what I could do, and the thing's just like floating towards you the whole time. Okay. So that means this thing is going to do this. Okay. So, all right. Garvin, you're going to get the first opportunity to act. This thing is, and you can see by the way, as it's coming towards you, it is lifting this, so it definitely is articulated. The arm is definitely moving as if it's ready to throw it out.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I have mace. Oh, I also have a hand. I have a warhammer? There's, I'm gonna use the warhammer.
Okay.
18 plus 5 to hit. And do I have to add anything from strength or no?
Well, if it's the +5 probably is including both of those. It's probably including
Then
your-
it's a +5, so it's strength.
that would hit for sure. So now you're going to roll your damage for the warhammer, which is either 1d8 or 1d10, I think. It should say there with the on the.
It says 1d8 plus 2.
There you go.
I did it with 4. 1d8 plus 2 plus 2 is 4.
4. Okay. Okay. A loud clang, and whoa, 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 like echoes down the hallway, and it sort of and then swings away at its obvious target. It goes next in case anyone's curious. I should ask before I do that. Do you want to try to move anywhere, Garvin, and you're engaged with it
I
directly?
have saving throws.
No, but you're engaged within combat. that. So,
Okay.
or do you want to try to back away from it? Presumably you don't, because you're already on top of this one. I'm guessing you want to stay, but.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going.
Okay. So it's going to swing at you as the obvious target since you just attacked it.
Right,
It is going to bring its sword down with furious anger and vengeance, theoretically. 22, is that going to hit? Your AC, I'm guessing it will.
My armor class is 18,
So yes. Okay. Okay. It is going to do 9 points of damage to you on that strike, Garvin. And I need you to make a strength saving throw. So strong is the blow, and you are staggered back. I want to see if you're staggered back so far that you fall over.
Okay, so rolling a 20 again?
Yes. And you said you had a saving throw.
Okay, so I rolled a 10.
Okay. And then your saving throw should give you a.
I found it and I lost it. Where did my saving throws go? Oh, here it is. I got a wisdom. So I've got a saving throw, wisdom +7 and charisma +4. That doesn't mean.
No, so it'd just be strength. So then just give me your strength modifier then.
It's +2.
Yeah. So what did you roll? I'm sorry.
10.
10. So 12. Yeah, that's not enough. So you were fall backwards, clang as you hit the ground again. Again, I want to be clear to the audience how much the echoing is just so we're clear how much bouncing around. Somewhere in Athenia, up in the island, the wizards are like, "Do you hear that?" Oceans 58.
Sounds like our craft team is on the job.
Okay, that is going to lead us to the next person to go, which is going to be that's going to be Calixin is up next.
Wait, how far am I from it?
I should move it up there so you can see. It is now right here, and Garvin is right here. So you're probably, 10 feet from it.
I'm gonna get on the other side of Garvin.
Okay. So here. All right.
Well, ahead of Garvin then.
Okay, above.
Yeah.
So here. Okay.
And I am going to breath
destroy that
weapon
card.
the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna use my breath weapon on it. That's
Okay.
cool breath.
Okay. So let's see. So I think it's going to have to make a constitution.
It's to make a Constitution saving throw of 13.
So if I critically hit with a 20, that. So you have this moment, right, where you've been blowing on beers to cool it all day, all party, right? So you're like, and the big cloud of ice, and then it passes, and still,
So it takes half of 2d6 cold damage.
Okay.
But it would have fallen. It would have fallen if it failed. I think.
It would have.
No, I thought I also would have possibly laid it through, but that's not true. I'm just gonna do it damage.
Okay.
Half of 7 is 5, right?
That's not half of 7.
3.5.
Half of 7 is 3.5. I'll round it up.
No wonder our school can't get it going.
Oh, wow.
We're not that professors,
They stay home.
Okay. All right. So a little bit of slight frost, like a little chilly, a little autumn, chill goes over. Okay. But you are still there, Clixon, back far enough, I assume. You have like a 5-foot distance from it.
Yeah.
Okay. That is going to lead us to next up is Cadmus.
All right. Well, actually, that was that was 18. No, okay, never mind. I thought it was 19 for a second. 18. I'm hitting with my pike. It does 18 plus.
Last time you did all this adding, it ended up at 31, so it'll be interesting to see.
Please.
18 plus 7 would be 25.
That is an absolute hit.
Okay. And does not very quickly for damage. 4 plus 7. No, 4 and 4 is 8. 8 damage.
Okay. Again, clang, the mighty sounds of the combat echo through Hearthglow and beyond. Okay. Canvas, I assume you're staying up on top of it?
Yeah, I mean, whatever's the convenient range for a pike, it says the pike has reach.
Okay. Oh, right. So that's true. You can actually stab between them. Okay. That's going to lead us to Whist next, and Lassen is on deck to end the round. So Whist, you're up next.
I don't know enough about my abilities here because I have some weapons that I can use and I can attack it, or I could also try to create an illusion to get it to attack the illusion, and then maybe then get a more skilled fighter in. So I sometimes can talk to folks since we've met in the dream world, and sometimes can help me with things like understanding.
I think doing damage is not catching up. There's no help. Let's make a great deal of progress.
I don't think we're hitting it hard.
Exactly.
Oh, it's only the first.
You're definitely hitting it. You just have to hit it hard.
I don't think I could calm it because it doesn't seem particularly.
Yeah.
Talk to the ferns.
I mean, I think it's basically like a
The ferns appear to have more sections
I was going to say,
than the global.
maybe the ferns, like, that's my secret weapon.
Can I mock it?
We can see what happens.
I'd like
if
to
you want
mock it.
You're going to viciously mock it?
Yes.
Okay. As I recall, vicious
Lie down on
mockery.
my back and you're gonna mock it?
And you haven't seen me with a weapon. I'm a
Viciously mock.
woodpecker, and I have a hand drum, and a longhorn, and a dulcimer.
I'm pretty sure I have to make a charisma saving throw against, a wisdom saving throw against this vicious mockery. Or at least I would. However, you're a vicious, what are you, just out of curiosity, how are you mocking the...
I said that you are such a terrible being, such a terrible spirit, that we just passed a room of fake gold, and we confused that you might be belonging in that room. Your glow is so dim that
I don't think it's
I think insult rap battle here.
Despite the truly biting nature of the creature seems utterly unaffected at all. You get the impression it may not be subject, it's not easy to mock something like this, you think.
Yeah, I don't think I could have stabbed it either, though. So, at least I got to get it burned in.
Yeah.
And then pass it to a better fighter.
Dorian whispers, that's a good one,
I say, is your glow on? I can't tell because I'm, it's not as bright as the hallway lights.
And Dorian's like, you're not doing it. Only because Dorian sees the thing, continue to move forward. The vicious mockery, though, is good in principle, but you suspect this thing may not be subject to it regardless.
I'm gonna, do that, backing up, hey. I write books, you can, and I just get out of the way real fast.
Get the USB drive.
Go to the next turn real fast.
Maybe we should give it one of these.
That's gonna lead
Hey, just real quick.
Oh, sure.
The ferns were more interesting to talk to than you.
Now it's like,
Despite the fact that it just turned to her and said, thank you for your compliance. Laston is going to sneak attack. Do I have advantage on this roll? Because
yeah, it's definitely engaged with more than one, and it's just been mocked viciously, so it's...
okay, not that one. That one.
Okay,
Yeah.
what is that one?
26.
Yes.
No, wait, I'm wrong. Yeah, 26.
Yes, definite hit.
Okay, so sneak attack with the ferocity.
Here we go. The rogue sneak attack damage. 7 million damage.
Can I use your support? Okay, so Boba itself, we've got a 7. Here comes our sneak attack on the top of the 7.
Just getting ready to make a lot of minuses.
It's only 10. It's 3d6.
So total of 17?
17.
Okay. That definitely more than got its attention. You actually can see it sort of stagger back, and there are now rents in its armor and in the shield. The glow maybe flickers slightly. So it's not dead or destroyed, but it is definitely, that harmed it quite a bit.
Get you right in the spark plugs.
That brings us back up to the top of garden.
Okay, am I still on my back or am I?
You are still prone, yes, while this is happening above you. You could stand up. That would be the first thing to do if you want to attack without, being in a bad position.
Right, okay, I get up and I swing again on my right hand.
Okay.
And I get a 16 plus 2, what's my 2? I have a plus 5 to hit, so that is 21.
21 will hit.
Okay.
And again, the sounds of the clang, boom, the whole way, like just the combat, the vicious mocker, everything is just.
Uproarious laughter at my jokes.
It's like an arena. It's like really, opening of an AC/DC concert. There's just so much.
9 damage.
Okay, 9 damage. All right. It's now starting to look quite hurt. Pieces of parts of like the the pauldron sort of falling off of it, and things like that. That's true. Okay, next up is going to be the creature, which is going to again swing at the one that just hit, and that's going to be Garvin again. Let's see. That is going to be 24 to hit, which I suspect is going to hit again. It hit last time, so I'm guessing. Okay. Cool. Okay. That's 10 points of damage. This thing hits like a truck, Garvin, and I will need you to please make another one of those handy-dandy strength saving throws.
That's 20.
So just to be clear, these are all 6-second rounds. So hit, bang, hit, and they're about to see what happens again.
I rolled a 10, and I don't. Is that plus strength?
Yes.
So I rolled 12.
Okay. 12, unfortunately, is not enough. So it's bang, bang. It is very impressive to see the back and forth between these two titans. Just one of them keeps.
all day.
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's all. It's still a great line. Okay, Calixon, you were up next. This thing does look quite hurt, but also your cleric keeps getting knocked to the ground.
You're right next to me. Can I just lift you up? Can I just my hand up and just pick you back up off the ground?
Connected by a rope, you might hold me up.
That's true. I'd rather do that, in fact. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
I'll allow you to do that as your movement if you want to just, pick,
Yeah, because I'm not gonna do any. I'm not gonna do any other movements.
Okay, so you can do that, like picking back up. It's a very funny image to be of the one going down.
I try to make the act of hoisting you by rope as uncomfortable as possible. And then I'm going to Scorching Raid the thing.
Ooh, right. All right, I think that's a ranged attack, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Yes.
So ranged spell attack. So you would be using your spellcasting modifier, which is probably intelligence. And so D20 plus your intelligence modifier, and your proficiency, because you're certainly proficient at this attack.
That's plus 6. That took too long in my brain to do the math.
What was it? I'm sorry.
19 hit.
That will hit, absolutely. So, damage for Scorching Ray?
I can't remember what the Scorching Ray damage is.
Probably, I don't know off the top of my head. Scorching Ray would be a, hold on, it is a 2d6 fire damage. Oh, and I beg your pardon, Scorching Ray, there's 3 of them when you shoot these things. So you make a ranged spell attack for each ray. I forgot there are 3 of them for Scorching Ray. So why don't you make the attacks on the other 2, just to be clear. So you hit with 1.
The other one is 9, so that isn't it. And the other one is 20.
Okay, so not natural, I assume, just like a...
Yeah.
Okay, so that is 2. So 2 hits, 2d6 for each hit.
Okay.
Nasty little spell, Scorching Ray.
7, 8, and 6.
So 21?
21.
Okay. So just you blow it backwards and actually send it flying back about 5 feet. It lands on the ground, just a smoldering mess. And for a moment there's like a huzzah! And then the door behind you opens.
Oh no!
It is not that door, it is
It's a security door, right?
the security
It's all
door.
the I Am Legend zombie horror things. Right, great.
Okay. And what you see in there is the following. Hey, we've seen that before. You can't really see what else is in this room yet, but you can see another creature comes out of the room, and it looks exactly like the one that you just beat. There is, however, you'll be glad to know, not a million of them, as you were worried about, but just one. That said, it does move directly towards you at all speed.
Yeah, how quickly did it just move?
It moved pretty well. I mean, I moved a little faster probably. It's not like it's,
Okay.
but it is moving pretty fast and clearly towards you.
New initiatives or?
No, same initiative.
Okay.
Same initiative.
Fun, grand.
That was Calixton who did that, as you turn around to see that, and that leads us to Cadmus. Cadmus, you see this thing, and then all of a sudden, there's the door that opens behind you, and...
I go up and attack him with my bike.
Okay. Proceed to do so.
And 16 plus 7 is 23.
Okay, that will hit.
Okay. It takes 10 points of damage.
Nice, okay. It is struck by, it looks exactly like the other one. In fact, it almost looks as if it's got the same design as a part of it when it hits. Okay, so there's that. And I should move you over there. Okay, Cadmus is going to move up to it. Okay. All right, that is going to lead us down to Lassen.
Ah. Nine, even with advantage.
9 with advantage is not going to get the job done. Narrowly missing both Cadmus and the creature. Cadmus, you probably get a bit of a shock as these arrows go flying past your ear. I'm used to that. Okay, back to the top of the round. Garvin, at least you are not prone. Let's all be happy about that.
Very grateful to my
Decidedly not
good
prone.
buddy.
Let me just leave that guy. Okay. So you're closing in on him, I assume, like
11 plus 5 is 16.
16 does not hit. You barely miss, Garvin. Just ducks out of the way. Sadly. Okay, that's going to lead us to, next up, is the creature, which is on the same initiative order. I am so tempted, because of the sight gag, to have it attack Garvin again, but I'm not going to have it this time. I think it's going to attack the one that actually hit it with the pike and did damage to it. So it's going to go after Cadmus this time. But Cadmus, I don't believe an 8 is going to hit you, right?
Correct.
So it misses. You're not really sure why Garvin has this problem. Like, there's no problem. Didn't hit you. Didn't get hit by. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So that's that leads us next up to Garvin. So Calixton, you were up next. And as you can see, it is behind attacking your other compatriots.
I flee, though.
I have daggers, don't I? That would be a waste of you know what?
How close am I? Yeah, I can get there, can't I?
Yeah, you're probably about 15 feet, maybe 20 feet.
I'm gonna get just above Cadmus.
Okay. You do that. Just above that. Okay. Alright.
And I'm gonna Ray of Frost the thing.
Okay.
As a cantrip.
Remind me of the thing, I don't have that here either.
Ray of Frost, I think, is also a ranged spell attack. It is, to be exact, a ranged spell attack against the target, yes.
Get him, Claxon!
23.
Hits for sure.
Plus 6.
You do not have any trouble hitting this thing, yes, these things. That will hit, and that is a 1d8 cold damage. I take it back, you're 5th level. 2d8.
Oh, D8.
2d8, yeah.
10.
Okay, all right, that does not just give it a little bit of an autumn frost. That's a nice solid hit. Definitely seems to have slowed a bit, Calixon. That leads us to Kevin's.
Pumpkin spice this.
Oh, God.
Exactly, and Lassie, you're on deck.
That didn't hit.
No, just I don't even want to report the number.
I rolled a natural 1. So
Oh, yes. That is-
26 with advantage.
26 will absolutely hit. Okay.
Let's do some more sneak attack, shall
All right, I get ready to make a lot of minuses. I just hear-
19.
I just hear dice rolling over and over again. Okay. All right. A lot of damage to that. Again, this is starting to look quite good. And that will bring us up to the top of the round with Garvin. Who is not here. I will allow Garvin to go after this next one.
Me again?
Well, it's actually it next.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna call an audible and have you go next, Felix. I'm gonna assume she held her action, then I'll have the creature go after that. So you can attack again.
Finish it off, Flexen.
I'm gonna Ray of Frost again, because that's just a cantrip.
Okay. No dice. All right. I am, let's see. Good timing. You were up.
Oh, great.
So I
Let's
need,
just pretend I rolled a natural 20.
sadly not. It has been hit though multiple times. It's looking quite hurt.
Go team.
Finish it off.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a miss?
Natural 1.
Well, for a moment you were kind of like sort of distracted, like you weren't quite there.
I wasn't.
You're thinking about GenevaCon. It was something.
Could I roll it again?
Yeah, not so much. Okay, so it then had a chance to. I think I had that go collection. So then it will get its attack in.
Great.
Both of you missed, but I'm going to have it keep attacking Cadmus since it had started attacking. Cadmus, that is going to be a 23. I think that is going to hit you. Okay. It rolls very badly. That is 3 points of damage, but I do need you to make a strength saving throw for me, Cadmus.
Let's see.
Dice are not on the side.
Well, with a lot of hitting.
Saving throws 14.
Okay. 14 actually is enough. So you stagger back a few steps. Maybe your pike kind of balances you before you fall backwards, but you do not go prone.
I don't know.
So
You said that was 3 points of damage.
that was 3 points, yes. A glancing blow. Okay, Calixon was next. We already did that. So Cadmus, it is now your turn. You're up next.
Alright. Now it's personal. 15 and 7 is 23. Or 22. excuse me.
22, absolutely hit.
Alright. 6 points of damage.
Okay, not destroyed, quite hurt though. And that leads us to Whist.
I don't know if I can ask this one, but does a Gargano need healing? Or should I try, because I don't think I'm very good at attacking. It's not my strength that I do.
Garvin has been hit a few times.
I'm down 19.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a scratch, but it's no big deal.
I have one.
So I think I'd like to do healing word.
Okay. Sounds good. So, healing word. That is, to be clear. So when you do healing word on a creature that you can see, you are going to be able to regain hit points equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier, which for you should be wisdom. So 1d4 plus your wisdom modifier is how much Garvin will get back. Okay, so that's back up to 29 I have you at now, Garvin. You're down to 24, you're now back up to 29. Okay, good work on the healing word.
But then I'm poking the eye with a sharp stick.
Yeah, it's a lot better than fucking, it's
Okay.
a lot better than a stab in the back from the, floaty thing
Am I-
too.
And then you're gonna stay where you are, Wiz, because you're right here in the corner.
I'm kind of nervous about Dorian, so I'm sort of.
Dorian says, that's a good job. Also, stay back here. You don't want to go any closer. Okay, last one.
I want Dorian to attack.
Right?
I'm 11 how to fight.
21.
Yes, okay.
Sneak attack.
Yes. It's engaged with multiples.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
21.
21. Okay. So again, just your arrow goes.
Yeah, and it's a hand crossbow too.
Oh, right. It's right through the. Oh, maybe through the helmet. It goes flying backwards, lands on the ground, and is destroyed. And yeah, there is just stillness. Although there is, as it does that, the one, the helmet hits, and it's just, as it kind of rolls, and finally,
On the carpet?
silence reigns. That's a good point. Yeah, still has it on the carpet.
I mean, the clinking before was the armor clinking.
Yeah. No, it's
I don't
a
mean to
good
be
point on
critical,
the
it's
plush
just
carpet,
I
but
think about
still.
sound and things.
Right.
And like a mask doesn't fall off and it isn't like old man Jenkins the whole time.
Yes.
Can I go tap? We're loud already. Can I go like tap out a little tune on its, helmet?
Yeah, no, right. Let's just go.
And
all
sing a little song
I
like
think
you
that's
die.
a
So-
wise choice.
Just as a note, the door to this room is now open. Nothing else out that comes out.
Okay. Last time we'll listen very carefully for
You
the
guys,
life online.
you guys, is that an open vault?
Let's go find out.
I want to listen to hear if there's anything going on in that room.
Now your big
Are you coming up to it?
Yeah. I'm gonna go up to the door.
If the door's open.
The door's open, but it's,
Yeah, but I want to hear if anything untoward is happening in the room.
let's have a
Before
perception
we go
check,
inside.
please.
My perception is.
That's intelligence, right?
Perception should be, yes.
Cool, that's +0. So,
Another natural.
That's one.
Somehow you ever had this thing where there's a sound, and then the sound is gone, but you still keep hearing it, and you still hear that zzz, 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 and you keep being like, how is it possible even on a carpet? You don't hear anything.
Calexa discovers that he has tinnitus.
We have rolled so many ones tonight.
Can I check?
You rolled a bunch, yeah, but you rolled a bunch of hits too. Just think of it that way.
Can I check after sure make a perception check?
Sure.
Alright.
I'll have you come up next
Then
to
the only
Calexa.
person rolling well, please.
Should I do it now or are we
You
waiting?
can do that, that's fine.
So you're going in?
Oh, natural 20
You roll so well that you actually hear Calexion's tinnitus. You're like, oh, that's happening.
natural 20, total 26.
There are blocks of ice rattling in my skull.
You roll so well that what you hear is this. Let me see if I can. Sound something. Okay. You hear. Very regular, slight thuds from inside the room. Very slight.
What do I see?
Well that, I'm happy to show you. So when you look around the outside of the door, you see this.
Ooh.
So pretty.
Are those eyes?
What you see in front of you is, I think it's fair to say, a little troubling, maybe.
I'm not gonna say what that looks
little.
like. I'm not gonna say what those look like to me.
9 boobs do. Let's just say.
Yes, that's
They do
exactly
look
what
almost,
I'm
at
thinking.
first they look rather disturbingly like eyes, but as you get closer, you can see that these are actually screens. They look to be some kind of magical screens, and every time there is that kind of zzz, buzzing sound, the screens switch to reveal a different part of the building, presumably the bank or something like that. As you can see, there are also control panels that you can see. So there's this big main screen here, and then there are these little side screens, and there's also a control panel along here that, you don't know what it does, but it seems to do something. You can see weapons, several crossbows down here. There's a crossbow here. There's a sword leaning up against the desk. There are several empty coffee cups or something, empty mugs of some kind. There is an open, what looks like a half-open safe, perhaps, and 2 chairs that you can see sitting in front of us. And Dorian is kind of like, hey, those eyes? That's creepy.
Is there any kind of monitoring guy sitting there looking at all these
No.
things? Okay.
Now, I find it difficult to believe that the 2 things we just destroyed were sitting in those chairs, having a nosh and drinking that.
That's why I asked. But the important thing is that we see the screens that might reveal the location of what we're looking for, and even controls that might open this magical portal, right?
Yes, I agree.
There's also, and you can also see, by the way, like several bits of paper and notes and things like
Let's
that.
go check out
Both
the
the
notes.
desk here and also on here.
Let's go
Yeah.
inside and check out the stuff.
You guys look at the notes, I'll go check out the safe.
Okay.
Okay.
Also check in the notes.
Okay. The folks checking the notes, I'd like to make an investigation check for me, please. Whoever that is. Okay.
And is that go to wisdom or just whatever?
That's intelligent.
No, investigation's intelligence.
You guys got this, woohoo!
Here we go, I go 5 and I go.
Oh, not
Well, I'm not
plus
great at this, but
zero.
I'll
That's
tell you.
20. All right. I'll come back to that.
8.
8.
Chicken
Okay.
Claxon.
Okay, so for those checking the notes, a bunch of you were kind of like, this is, God, security is such a boring thing. But the 20 provides something different. There is a note on it which has what looks like several words that have been crossed out, and then a rather angrily written, you would say, entry that has, says current, has today's date listed, and then has the word in quotations, many, M-A-N-Y.
It's today's security case.
What does this mean?
And Dorian's like, did he find it? What did he find?
I pick up the note and I wave it at everybody.
You found paper. Is that good? What did you
Yeah.
find paper?
Something happened here. It says many. I don't know why. I highly suspect
Do we see
a calamity occurred that someone responded to in this room very viscerally all of a sudden.
Do we see a device that will allow us to input the word in?
No. You think the panels that you see may have some controls over the screens, but you don't see any like input device that would, allow you to enter.
I'm
menu.
sorry, David, I can't do it.
What is Lassen seeing to say?
Underneath or in the safe, I suppose, you find in here, and it's opened as I mentioned, and there seems to be a quiver of bolts, like crossbow bolts, inside the safe.
Beautiful. Examine them. Do any of them look magical or have like?
So there's a crossbow outside.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
have
not
any
obviously they don't.
Special anything on them?
Not obviously. It's possible that they may end up having some magical quality, but just looking at it.
Are there like hooks and things in here that this looks like it could be an armory and it's currently just mostly empty?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
And again, the screens continue to change, sort of change
Yeah,
here.
I
And they're all changing, by the way, like each of these changes at different rates. This is the one that the buzzing is most prominent.
That's gotta be
This is the thing.
What is it showing us?
If you spend a little time looking at it, it shows, first of all, it shows what looks like a room with a bunch of desks and papers on it. It's dim, but you can see it. There's nothing in there at the moment. So there's that. Then you see a room that it rotates to, which has a couple of tables with a bunch of like piles of paper on it. And the last thing it shows is this room. In fact, you all see yourselves in the room looking at the screen. And it keeps rotating among those 3 rooms.
All right, I wanna go back and look at that staircase, that weird
Yeah.
staircase again.
Okay.
How many metal gates were there in blocking it?
Multiples, like maybe 5 or 6 of them.
5 or 6, not just 4.
Yeah, no.
Shit, all right.
Why does it only show 2 rooms and one of them is this room? Like, why would it show this room to people who are sitting in this room?
It's a really good question.
Are there any details in the other room that we still have to go
Yeah, I
check?
mean, I'm peering to see if I can see a portal.
You do not see a portal, an obvious one anyway, in any of those rooms mentioned, but it does seem to be focusing on those rooms.
What's in the cabinet?
Yeah.
You talking about down this one
Yeah, yeah.
here? The cabinet itself, the inside of the cabinet is empty, but there are 2 crossbows on top of it.
Does Lassen think that that's more likely the armory than the place he was just?
So there are other weapons in the room as well, like there's a crossbow on the counter now.
That's right. These ones are actually a little bit smaller, but maybe more like hand crossbows, Lesson. But this one up here and this one are big, like,
So this is security leaves their weapons when they go somewhere. Either they can't be here looking for us because they'd have taken their weapons with them.
And you've spent enough time in the bars, you probably know them by first name.
Possibly.
Anyway, so.
Possibly.
Are the coffee cups, like dry?
They do appear to be dry. They look like they've been used, not, weeks ago, but not recently.
So somebody didn't just leave. I think night shift, we just destroyed the night shift, or part of it. But there has to be a day shift with regular.
I just want to see one of these things drinking. It just all pours out.
Still floating, right?
I'm with Candace. Let's check out the stairs. I can cast,
And I should say, the stairs are more lattice work, and more than gates. I mean, they look like they're building construction, is what it looks like.
Is there any place around the, like a carving of the alphabet or anything, or at the top of the stairs, something like that?
Well, the stuff, the lattice work is at the bottom of the stairs.
I know, I'm looking, but
We
I'm
never
looking at
read
the
the
top.
doors, right, because the glow guy came out?
That's
that's
true.
a very good point.
That's true.
I'd like to go.
Yeah, no.
Can we go look at the doors?
We can.
Sure. Are you all doing that?
Sure, because it may change our minds.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna.
Well, I'm still looking to
sing
see
a
if I
little
can
song
find
while we go.
carvings of the
Like,
alphabet
we're
or
gonna
something at the top of the stairs.
Did you want
Okay.
to?
But just to be clear, Kevin, you can't get to the top of the stairs.
Oh, the stairs go up?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they went down.
No, they go up.
Oh,
They
okay.
go up. And there's lattice work. The lattice work is at the bottom of the stairs where you are.
All right, well, look, but I mean, looking around the entrance to the staircase, is there any place like where the alphabet is carved?
There is not.
Okay.
Although it does look like a job made for a climbing, roguey, spider climbing type of person.
Well, only if you can get past the barriers, but currently seal it off.
Okay. Zoomed out enough, I can see everything.
Okay.
So,
We've hidden the ferns all the way.
so here, we found the first.
Yeah, but so, I wanna look at the doors.
Okay, so the doors have some what look like runic inscriptions on them. They look like several runes. You're not sure what the runes are, but it's definitely not words. They're symbols of some kind.
Does comprehend languages impact that, or only words?
You don't think so because you don't think it's a language. It definitely is something, though, clearly symbolic, probably magical in nature.
Are we able to associate the runes with letters of the alphabet?
No,
Okay.
does not look like it.
We got that today.
I want to kind of check the door.
Quite sensible. What you do?
What are you doing with the door?
I'm gonna do an arcana check on the doors. That's
Ah.
+3. 17.
There is certainly some magic of some kind radiating, probably from the runes on the door, if you had to guess. You don't know what specifically though. It just feels like there was some kind of magical essence about the
So it doesn't give me a sense of whether it is locking the door or having a.
No.
Do my roguey powers allow me to detect magical traps, or just mechanical?
Your roguey powers?
My roguey powers.
No, mechanical traps. Although I do think you had a detect magic that Garvin was able to do, if I'm not mistaken, although you may have already used that. So.
I could try to spell magic.
You try it out.
The whole place disappears and we fall into the abyss.
Exactly. Too much to spell. Too much to spell.
The way I've been rolling, there's no chance in the world that's gonna happen.
We don't have to roll a cast a spell, I don't think, right?
No.
Oh, I know, okay.
No.
Thank God.
When you spell magic, the runes glow, and then there is an audible click. And that's all.
Like a lock click or like a poison dart type of click?
Well, Garvin slumps over a minute, but no, just kidding. No, but it's an audible click from somewhere inside the door, but you don't know what that means.
Lassen scurries over there in a very acrobatic way.
What, no backflips?
I know, right?
Okay.
He must be getting tired. And I'm gonna check it for traps.
Okay.
There's totally not any traps.
Confidently.
It's totally
Yeah.
fine.
Mm-hmm.
Is it locked?
It is not locked.
Not that
Okay.
Not anymore.
Not
Well,
anymore.
bold as brass, my friends.
Okay. When you open the door,
We all get shut down.
you're all instantly destroyed. Thanks for coming.
Putting my hand up to
When
shield
you
the
open
door
the
just
door,
in case there's an issue.
Always fun, right?
you see this.
That looks like a portal.
It's
Looks like a portal to me, guys.
There is a glowing, bluish, greenish circle that you can see in the middle of the room, and in this very large room, actually, pretty large room. And in the back of the room, you can also see there is a desk, a semicircular desk, with 2 seats behind it that are currently unoccupied.
That's gotta be an ornament.
Are those 2 open books?
There are 2 open books, yes.
I walk towards the books.
Okay. Now, important, as you're doing that, are you?
I walk around the circle.
Okay. Not near the circle.
He whiffs.
I've had that experience already. I don't want to have it
I
again.
know that.
What must those plants have seen?
Okay.
What must
all right.
those friends have
So,
experienced?
let's
I think they
move
probably just say
over
people.
there.
We saw flashing light
Is that?
and we
Yes, that's me.
soiled.
Okay, so you move over in this direction. Okay. All right. When you move over in that direction, you can see that there are things that have been written on the notes. And the things that are written on the notes, he said, as he looked for his own notes,
Renegade.
are as follows.
Renegade.
Okay, you can see that there are 2 books here, and also, I don't know if you noticed this, but 2 runically covered skulls. Because, what you really need on a reception desk is not just skulls. And you have, the top of this book says in, the top of this book says out.
Oh,
And underneath it, you can see several entries of a last name and then what looks like a time and a date.
Do we recognize any of the last names?
You do not.
Do we see a place where we could write M-A-N-Y?
I mean, there are pens next to it.
Yeah, I mean,
we-
a lot
what
of
are the
is
ins
there
and
not,
outs
is there not
for
a
today?
place where people have been entering 4-letter codes?
I see. What are the ins and outs for today? There are a couple that refer to, some of them are names that you don't recognize. There's one unusual because it only shows up on the in. And the name says MOPS, M-O-P-S. And there's no corresponding entry on the out place. Every other name shows up in both in and out.
So that's why Mickey
But
said
MOPS
all-
doesn't show out.
so that's where Mickey sent all the mops for me.
It was all that way.
I had the same thought. Oh my god.
Is there a way for us to see how far back the ins go?
Yeah, they're actually, this one, quite a ways, probably a good couple of months, you would guess, Garden. So it definitely has
But
history.
not years.
No, not years.
No,
No.
okay. So, mops,
Mops.
Last time
Well, that's 4 letters.
it is.
Last time I'll approach one of the
Many
schools.
mops, that's what it means.
Who is mops?
Approach one of the skulls.
Mhm.
Oh, so you say that, the skull stares at you hollowly, makes no reply.
Like, what do
I
you
have
think
kind of
now?
checked the
Last time,
skulls.
last
Okay,
time
go ahead and
we'll-
arcana check the skulls, and yes.
last time we'll pull out a dog-eared and much-loved romance novel and say, what do you say now, Bob? To the
5
skull.
plus 3 is 8. I learned nothing.
The skulls, with great, respect, continue to say nothing.
Nah.
I would like.
I think the skulls are what they give the kids.
These
when they're
skulls,
kids.
these are skulls, and you're in a
I would-
magic
I would
world.
like to-
Like
Skulls are in a
like
magic
at the
world.
dentist
I would
too.
like-
Yeah, they like you
To
come on top
suggest
of
that
it.
Alexan, not step on it, but do arcana on the, what I think is the portal.
Right, yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay.
I'll step as close to it as possible without falling in.
So the rope right?
Yeah.
And 16.
Okay, and you were just, I'm sorry, standing up and looking at it, or?
Yeah, looking at it. I'm not touching it. I am not stepping on it. I'm not falling in it. I'm not
And
falling down it.
I am braced, and that rope is still on us,
Okay.
and it is not going in.
You can feel, even from here, what feels like static electricity almost on your arms as you're this close. Like, as you get close, you can feel it kind of like the hair rising, well, in your case, it's dragonborn, the scales rising a little bit on your arm. You can feel this kind of energy sort of flowing from the thing up into your body. You almost get this strange sensation that if you did step in, you're almost like leaning on some kind of cushion of air.
Here we go.
Now it doesn't seem like it's resistant, but not like wind tunnel. You do think you could step onto it, but you definitely feel an energy from it.
All right, so on this book, the end book has mops written.
Yes.
Right? That's the last entry.
That's the last entry.
I'm gonna write Benny underneath it.
Okay.
Anything happen?
Do it.
Okay.
Cool, just effaced that book. Someone's gonna come back to work and wonder what many meant.
Draw a picture of a little skull with its tongue sticking out.
Don't worry, the world
I'm
will
still
be
kind of
destroyed by
protectorial, but I think I'm gonna write Thaddeus
Okay, where? In the in or the out?
in the inn.
Underneath many now.
Yeah,
So
but I mean, it
lots.
didn't hurt him when he wrote it, so he didn't write in it.
Yep, nothing happens.
How about that is his last name?
So Caleriton, you write that underneath, nothing happens. You're about halfway down the page and you see
I think we should toss something onto what looks like the portal.
Very well, I volunteer.
I mean, you can toss me.
Oh, wait, let me ask something, that looks like that door connects us into the room with all the, boobs, eyes, and screens. Does it?
Yes. No, I mean, you would assume so, yes.
Why don't we toss something into the portal, what looks like a portal, and see if it shows up on any of the screens?
Hey, that's a good idea.
Okay, I'm not really smart, but I'm quite wise. I can't roll for shit.
What are you tossing into the thing?
So I have 2 caltrops.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw 1 caltrop into the thing.
Okay.
Well, are you sure what you're still in the skull?
Yeah,
We probably don't wanna move the skulls.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I mean, we've already blown up 2 other things, broken down a door, and made more noise than we've ever made before in our lives, and it doesn't feel like anything's here.
I mean, last time tried to talk to the skulls, that did nothing. I think they're just pieces of crap.
It's that or ferns.
I don't know, I heard.
I mean, we could throw a fern.
Let's throw a fern out
What
there.
do you
Grab a giant. That looks like.
I'm very upset by the concept of that. I don't wanna touch the ferns. I'm fine with throwing a skull. It just looks like it.
Well,
crap.
you guys-
Wait, couldn't a fern tell you what happened?
Am I allowed to do that again, or is it a one-time use?
Speak of plants, you probably have more than 1 slot to use. Speak with plants is.
Well, you have 2 3rd-level slots, so yeah. You can do it 1 more time, but then you won't be able
Yep.
you won't be able
Then you
to.
would have used every
I'm
3rd level
happy
slot.
to do that if that's what you want to, but I will say the ferns were,
You could do that,
Less
yeah.
the communicative.
Well, I was
Yeah,
gonna
but
say,
that's still
once
Everyone
the,
can change.
and once the fur goes through the portal, it'll be out of range for your communication on it.
Yeah, like that's not the goal.
Oh, no, no, I'm not throwing the fern. I thought just like asking the fern.
Oh.
I want to throw the fern.
No, I'm not throwing the
We
fern.
wanna throw something at
You just wanna ask it what it sees, basically, about like what.
Are these tables?
Because of like what it saw.
You know what? This is not a place. We're not going to be transported into like a garden. I don't think.
No.
This
right.
feels like a not plant place.
Are these tables next to these?
No, I think asking the
houses?
plants what it's seen is a good idea.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask the plants.
I will answer your question and I will come back to that. Yes, please.
Are these tables next to what seem like couches over here?
These are chairs and
Yeah.
tables behind them, yes.
Cool. Let's throw a table.
Okay.
Are you doing that before or after we talk about
I'm
this?
okay to do that first.
Let's throw it.
Yeah. I throw a table and myself.
Bam.
And then run into the security room.
Okay, if the table hits the portal, just sits on the portal, does nothing. If it is a portal, sits on the circle, does nothing. You run into the room and nothing appears on the screens other than the same things you see.
So we don't see like static electricity, little lightning bolts dancing over the.
No.
No, but okay, so now we're gonna have to move the table and that means we're gonna step on it and I have a feeling that it.
I'll do it.
Why do we have to move the table?
Ferns. Hi. I'm West. Hey. I met your friends in the other room. We had a good talk. Sorry you have to be in pots, but you know look cared for. I'm glad about that. What goes on in here? Do you have anything to say about that? Yeah, no, I know people. They speak. Okay. Are they speaking now?
The past.
Do they step on that circle? Does it hurt them?
Do they go away?
Yeah, do they go? Okay. So do they go? Sometimes they go away. Sometimes they stay.
They go when they speak the word.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, you gotta stand on that and say Manny.
Yeah.
I kicked the table and I shout mumps.
I'm sorry that the game master kind of dissed you guys earlier because you're really cool ferns, and I appreciate you. Okay. I don't think that's how that works.
Why are the ferns moving like
I
this?
think that was a pin.
Why is
Hold on to each other and say Manny.
I agree.
But it's gonna be weird if the table's still there. Or do we
No, we're gonna move the table. I kicked the table out of the way.
Okay. We do that.
And I thank the ferns and say, hey, really appreciate you, and it was fun talking.
And I think you can still be talking to them just so you know,
Okay.
while this is going on. I mean, unless you're gonna spend
No, I'm.
25 minutes, the rest of you.
Oh, I can keep talking to them.
It doesn't take that long to throw the table off.
I'm gonna sing a little song because they probably don't get a lot of that. So I get on my little hand drum and ferns are cool.
It's reminding me a lot of the folk festival I went to today. Just thinking that. Okay, so you do that, and all right, and Calixto. Okay, so all of you, and I believe it is all of you, right? Or
Yes,
standing?
all of us are gonna stand on this holder.
So when you say the word many, the portal glows and then dims again. But you don't get hurt, and it just clearly responded to the word.
But we don't go anywhere?
That's the outward. I think we need to say mops to go in.
Oh, that's right.
I just did actually, accidentally. Just
And
I said it again. I just said it.
Nope, nothing happens. It does not glow when you say mops. It glows when you say many.
That's you. What's the name of the thing we're trying to find?
We don't even know.
We know nothing.
But we know the guy that put it
Hey,
there, right?
hey, fern friends, are we saying the right word?
I think so.
I say many mops.
What?
Several words.
I say many mops.
When you say many, it glows. When you mops, it glows.
So do you think there's more words in the security room? Oh, they crossed out a bunch of words. We couldn't make it out, right?
I'm sorry, you could, not necessarily, yeah.
So we couldn't see what the other words were.
There might be other words in different rooms.
Yeah, I think they crossed out past words.
That's what I was
Okay,
thinking.
Yeah, okay, so many, but now we have to find more words. There weren't any more words in the books, right?
No, they seem to be names, for the most part. The only thing that I would mention is that the Ferns mentioned several words, that they heard, and Dorian's like, "Chief, I've got the words. Did they hear me?"
Yeah, what are we doing? So, hey, Fern friends, can you tell us the words so you know for today?
And so they say this very badly articulated. I need you to make an intelligence check for me. Apparently Ferns are not great at pronunciation. But I need you to make an intelligence check for me, please. Actually, no, I take it back, wisdom, because you're communicating with them on an intuitive level. So wisdom.
So, oh, is that? Just like my mom's.
Geek.
4.
4.
Can she repeat the sounds? of the
I
words?
am,
Nope.
usually very wise, but nobody can be wise all the time.
You could repeat whatever it is, and you can try to interpret that lesson.
Okay.
Yes.
So I
So
said,
get
so I
your
did like this, I
advance.
said
For
to
you, that's
everybody,
intelligence.
Oh, we can all, we can all
I
credit.
have my wisdom too, so.
but I'm repeating it with the fern goes like this.
Yeah, the reason for her is because of the intuitiveness of the druid, though.
Okay.
13, but I also have insight if that adds any.
No, only if you were trying to see if the Ferns were lying to you.
I heard it too, right?
You
So,
think yes, you did. You could also try to do that as well, Kevin.
All right, so am I on, is it my perception? Or what's the deal?
Yeah.
No,
Intelligence.
Is this perception?
No, this is intelligence.
This is sheer intelligence.
Straight
Okay.
intelligence, yes.
Straight intelligence, I'm 10.
5.
Okay.
The
all
Ferns
right.
have
So I
one
have
intelligence.
two.
I haven't got it, I'm
And now we
only,
plus 2 for intelligence. Could be. Yeah.
I'm only 11.
Okay.
I got 15. I got 15.
Okay, and what was yours lesson?
Mine was 13.
Okay. Garvin, everyone else is like, magic, magic.
Like this.
Garvin, you're pretty sure you hear the word magic was another word. So you hear many, then you heard magic,
Many.
and then the last word you heard was marvelous. But it was very badly garbled, like, but you think they said many, magic, marvelous. You think.
Let's give it a try.
Such magic.
Okay.
I'll try it.
No, we're all gonna try.
Okay, we're all saying it together. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like y'all to say it together.
Okay.
Many magic marvelous.
So when this happens, the portal glows and suddenly brightens and brightens and brightens and brightens. And then there is a blinding flash. And suddenly all get eviscerated.
Oops, like a
And you're
spot.
destroyed out of it, and you are brought here.
3D basement, yeah.
I told you going through the second sentence was the right thing.
And sorry, maybe you'd all like to come with me on this trip. That'd be nice, right? Okay, so hang on just a second. Let me actually bring you all along with me. So, we're going to copy you all here, and we're going to paste you all down there. Okay. So,
Is that carpet have a hand?
it could well be. So, and that's not, you do not appear at actual size like your Alice in Wonderland, by the way. Just 1 second. Let's reduce that to something rational.
Oh, thanks for giving me a cute avatar.
Okay, so.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, well, can't all get the good one.
Okay. All right, so all of you appear, actually not, you do not appear where I'm putting you, I'm just doing that for sizing reasons. But you appear on that circle, but what you see above you is rather striking. Quick note, by the way, that this map, and in fact the previous map, was made by the map makers Zay and Peku, CZE and PEKU, who are 2 spectacular map makers. My favorite map maker of all time is Mike Schley, who does incredible work on multiple modules. But these folks are amazing, and if you subscribe to their Patreon as I do, you can get maps, literally thousands of maps, everything from like skeletal fallen angels to like, flying zeppelins run by dragons. It's amazing. Like, they have an incredible imagination. And so this is one of their maps, and I'm allowed to use it for an event like this by having their watermark. So I wanted to call them out because it's good. Okay, so the southern room, as you sort of like, kind of adjust, you can see there's another one of these semicircular desks, and there's another one of these, looks like an entry and exit journal here. But the thing that really catches your attention is this. There are 6 jade, they look like jade or emerald statues that are flanking 6 platforms. And on each of these platforms there appears to be an object. You'd have to get closer to see the details, but this looks like some kind of sword. This looks like some kind of globe. This looks like a skeleton, a set of bones of some kind. This here looks like a small jade statuette, almost like a version of these, with a scepter. This here is a gun and a visor of some kind. And lastly, a jade medallion down here. That's what you see in the southern room. But if we zoom out for a minute, we can see that in the northern room are a set of closed doors and 6 empty platforms here. And on the doors to the vault, all the way here, because clearly this is not the same floor you were on, you can see writing. You'd have to get up close to see what it is, but these are not runes. This looks like actual, sentences, right?
So there isn't a device with like scales that would very obviously be balance of some kind.
Sadly not.
Yeah.
I wanna read the text.
Yeah, I'd like to go with.
I just wanna mention that as soon as we walk by those things, we're gonna be attacked.
We hold hands and proceed slowly in
I
a
don't
frightened
think we should
fashion.
hold hands.
I highly suspect we're actually gonna be attacked if
That
like.
on the pedestals in front of them.
Yeah, I think that
we're gonna be
if
attacked.
we don't attack the items that they're overseeing, if we don't mess with the items they're overseeing, they probably won't activate.
All right.
I could be wrong,
I
but
think we should have weapons at the ready.
Okay.
I always do.
So you're not moving stealthily, you're just coming up to the room.
We haven't been stealthy since I started practicing stealthy. I
Okay, maybe reverse psychology, reverse stealth. Okay, as you pass by, the statues remain motionless, nothing moves. And when you come up to the top, I have a little handout I want to show the players, because what you see, whoops, I don't want to do that. What you see here is an inscription. And it reads like this: from north to south, from west to east, the items you must place at least are 6 in number, objects all. Place correct or face your fall. The world, though west, can never be above, below the bones of Shlee. The sword must neither top nor bottom rest. The gun no middle way possessed. Medallion must take middle ground. The self-same colored statue found above the blade, nor is it best for westmost column it to rest. Place these all in spots most true, and the vault will yield to you.
Okay, well that's.
Listen, says out loud, I hate these kinds of rules.
Actually, that we're good at them, so that means we've gotta take the 6 things in the first room and place them properly in the north room, or we're all gonna die.
So, can we assume that the top of the path is north?
Yes, that's correct.
So this
And
is all,
I can move that inscription so you can see the things if you want.
Yeah.
this is all, but this is all like relative positioning, right? We solved the puzzle by saying, this is in relation to this is
Yes.
in relation to this, is
Yeah,
in relation to
exactly,
this.
yeah. I don't think this is that hard.
Let me know when you have all this set and I'll take this off so you can
Oh,
see.
I didn't write it down, so.
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
Dad?
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out.
Okay. The world.
The world west, but cannot be.
Oh, I
Wow.
I just realized, I'm like, wait, didn't I? Sorry. I was like, it was silly, I should have, I did.
You see, that's why I didn't write it.
Yeah.
Because,
Sorry.
Well, you said that, but then the question was asked, I was like, well, I guess we're writing it, okay.
Alright, I know where the medallion is. For sure.
The medallion has to take middle.
Yeah,
So
medallion's here.
you're sure, not on the middle.
Right, yeah.
Okay, because the world the west, so that's the right.
So the world can be any of these three.
Wait, is that west?
Yeah.
That's, oh, it is, sorry. Okay.
the
Yeah.
world to the west can never be above, below the bones of the, so that means that the skeleton goes directly opposite that, right?
No, I never be above
The
comma.
skeleton, but that's a trick.
Yeah.
Because
below.
the skeleton could be east.
I think it's
The top sword, not neither top nor bottom left.
So the sword has to be middle.
Right, either west, the medallion or possess, the gun.
Sun.
Yeah, this is
Sun.
statue sword, this is
No,
medallion.
that's gun. That's a gun, right? It's a gun, he said there was a gun.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And then
Medallion must take middle ground.
Yep, and so the medallion,
The Celtic tongue statue found
I haven't seen
above
one
the
of these in
blade.
years.
Where's best for westmost
If the
column.
word
feel like you should make
north
this
is
amazing.
behind not as well as
so the
Yep,
statue
yep.
here,
Yep.
The statue
it
has to be
should
here.
next
I had to test it to make sure.
behind that bones, then the
Where would it
bones
be
go
best for
here,
this one?
the gun goes here.
statue found above the blade. Medallion must take middle ground. The
No,
self-same
the
statue
bones-
found
The bones will go
above
here,
the
the
blade.
world goes here, the
Nor
gun
is
goes
it
here.
best. So is it, in this case, the medallion or
Feel
the
free to
sword?
play at home. You too can figure
It's
this
like,
out.
it's like the depth it is, it's like, it is good for such and such to happen.
Willie sings a little song.
The medallion is one thing, there's a color, the statue is another.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so.
I'm singing a little song to Lexi and Lewis. They have the little song. If you were listening, you'd know that we have an offer for you to show you what we're
So it's
doing.
saying it has to be.
But we're kind of invisible over here, just the dragon and singing elf.
Yeah, the statue is on the east above the blade.
Meanwhile, Collection is like literally like tearing pages out of those books and like
And that
Secret
would
blade.
the medallion's in the middle ground. It has
Should we just start moving them?
So. the
We should go check with them, but they don't
statue-
hear a word that we're saying.
Statues
I
at the top.
feel as if
So the.
if we start
the
moving and
statue
we're
and
wrong,
blade
they're gonna blame us for this. But if we start
Oh,
moving
we would be,
and we're right,
we would be blamed. That's not even.
But if we start moving and we're right,
medallion is.
they're probably never gonna
Okay,
notice
so
at
the
all.
blade is in the middle.
Well, it's not a circle, it's more of a.
Okay, you take the
What
blade.
do you
I
think?
take
What
the
does
statue.
Dorian, what does
Which means
Dorian,
the
what does
medallion-
Dorian think? 'Cause he's right
Everything
here.
Dorian is just kind of like,
I don't know.
Okay, the statue found above
Okay,
the
we've got
blade,
these three.
and that's east,
you know, maybe
right?
just go with like.
I think we just do
Right,
it.
okay.
Yes.
I'm even using the microphone, I was like, dance, I sing a terrible song.
Can never be above.
Hold on.
It needs to
I'm
be
gonna
above.
play my dulcimer while we do
Also
this.
she, and that's the statue, right?
Here we got statue, blade.
I pick up the statuette and I move it to the top.
So we get
I move
statue,
it to the
blade,
top
sword.
right.
Here.
And I got my
now we
long
can figure
sword.
out gun and.
No statue
That
attacks.
cannot be middle.
I pick up the bones and I
can't be
move it to the
that.
top left.
What do we know about the world?
Sword can't be
This
top
here?
right, so it
Yes.
has to be middle.
Okay.
The world, the west, so the world
Medallion to middle left.
can never be above,
Can't be
Okay.
above.
below
Okay.
the bones of Shli.
Sword to middle right.
Oh, the bones of sleep.
So you're okay.
A tragic tale.
The globe to,
No,
Bottom
above,
left.
comma, below
Here, yep.
the
Okay.
thing of Shli, so I
The
think
gun to
the
bottom
gun
right.
is the bottom,
So we have the
And then
gun
the
here.
skeleton's in the middle.
Well,
And
this,
where did
no, the
you-
medallions.
Skeletons here?
No.
Yes,
Yes.
skeleton.
Okay.
The
So
bones
when
of
you
Shlee
do
to
this-
speak with respect of the deceased.
When you do this, the room glows, and all of you notice
Wait,
the
what?
room is glowing. and
What are
the
they
room
doing over there?
The objects of the room.
We tried to tell you.
looking.
Wait, we get this figured out, guys.
The
We
room-
really tried to engage you, but you weren't listening to us.
I'm just curious, by the way, I do want to know if the three of you had a choice, what you would have put them in.
We were still working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So-
did, we were mostly there.
Well, I
You
can tell
can
you
buy
that
books from Brandon O'Brien.
Oh my God.
At Gen Con.
when
What were the
room-
Brady's doing over here?
So the room glows, and then two statues.
Yeah.
This one, statues are moving. This one, and so sorry. Tell me again. It was you had skeleton, medallion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Globe,
Mm-hmm.
statuette,
Mm-hmm.
sword,
Mm-hmm.
and gun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This one. No, sorry. This one, the one next to the gun, and this one, the one next to the skeleton.
Oh no.
You got it wrong.
You got it wrong. Should have waited for us.
Animate. I need initiative, please.
We would have had it perfect.
Well,
I guarantee you.
we did try to collaborate.
Oh, wow,
There's a
that's
nudge
swell.
back.
The good thing about the Think World is in the Think World there's an audience that saw it all. That saw the singing, the
I mean, Collection has no excuse. I really did just start moving things because I wanted to know what would happen.
It's you
Alright.
again.
We can beat these guys. We got these.
Sure we did.
Meanwhile, somebody reverse those two objects, and we'll fight these things and kill them.
Okay.
Where's
So,
the objects?
and on your turn, you can use that as an act. You can certainly try to move and do that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. What have we got for?
Those two are obviously the most-
Maybe.
Yeah.
Gun and.
Yeah, the ones where the statues animated, the ones that are on.
Okay, Clixon, what do I have from you?
My initiative is 20.
This. Your initiative is 20.
Serves me right that I attacked
The
first.
skeleton and the gun.
Okay, Cadmus.
Cadmus, 16.
Garvin.
It's your dex.
Oh, I'm just, oh, my dexterity?
Your dex, you make a roll, your dex modifier applies to it.
14.
Okay. Lassen.
Oh, sorry, I was still thinking about the puzzle. Maybe I rolled a 2.
That because you're still figuring out the puzzle.
Yeah, he's still thinking about the puzzle.
And Whist.
21.
Okay. Besides Lassen, everyone's kind of like, oh, okay. Everyone is Johnny on the spot. All right. Okay.
And while this is happening, I'm letting Dorian know you really don't have to call me Chief. I'm Whist, and I just like to be,
Sorry about that, Chief.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but
He says with great earnestness, as if, like, okay. Let's see. So that is going to start out then with Whist. You are up first. And I should put onto these. I do have these creatures somewhere. He said.
And props to Roll20.net too. I used it all throughout COVID to Game Master Out of the Abyss, and it was so much easier to have all the maps and all the monsters all right there for me.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Okay. I'm not finding the assets, so I don't want to slow things down. So I will simply say we'll be doing theater of the mind. Just be aware that these are large statues, I should say. They are probably, each one of them is about 10 feet in height and have jagged arms, almost looking like they have these sort of jade offshoots from their arms. No obvious faces, although there is something that looks like a head. And again, make this terrible crunching sound as they move.
Can I switch the things real quick?
Yes. So because you were actually, I should have put you up in the room actually. Now that I think of it, because you two were up doing your thing. So Clixon was up here, and Whist was up there. So yes, Whist, you could do that. In fact, oops, sorry. My fault. You could do that, yes. Which are you switching?
The two with the glowing, or the two with the moving statues.
Yeah,
Okay.
the skeleton.
Yeah, the skeleton and the gun and the bison.
And the gun.
Okay, I think you'll be able to accidentally move Lassen up there. Sorry, it's supposed to be Whist.
Mine's the attractive avatar.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, you were able to do that. Okay, so you were able to get one, basically pick one up, so you can go down, drop one off, and pick one up. And next round, Whist, you should be able to get the other one placed. So you can like replace one, and the next round you'll replace the other one. So you do replace one, the room does glow again, but nothing else, everything else continues to happen. And we will see what happens as well. Okay, so that was Whist's turn. That is going to lead us down to the 20, which was Calixin. You were up in that room as well.
Right, yeah. I'm gonna take the one that Whisk just removed from one of those pedestals and then put that where it's supposed to be.
Okay. When you do that, the room glows super brightly, and both of these doors open to reveal what looks like a small room, maybe 5 by 5, behind each one. You think actually they're connected, so it's maybe like 5 by 15 or whatever, behind this sort of central area. But the doors have opened, and you see only like one like gold bar, like you go in and you like hold on to type of bar behind. The statues do not stop attacking, but these doors have now opened.
Okay, so we solved that problem. I guess we still have the other problem though.
Okay, that's going, so you replaced them, that was your turn. Okay, so Garvin, you were up next.
Damn!
Sure. 14 plus 5, 19.
Okay. That will hit.
So let's see.
And you're using a warhammer, right?
Yeah, an 8 plus 2. 5.
Okay. You'll be happy to know, Garvin, that your attack with a warhammer seems to be more effective against these creatures. These smashing, bludgeoning type of stuff seems to do more damage to them. That's the good news. The not so good news is that when you hit them, shards of these things, smashed by your thing, go flying into you.
No.
So you are going to take, let's see, 2 points of damage from piercing damage as this thing flies into you. But you have definitely hurt it a little bit.
Do they look like they can fly far enough that they would hit me using like a hand crossbow like a crossbow?
It doesn't look like, it doesn't know from a distance. It probably would hit anything that was next to them, say a dwarf cleric.
Sorry, guy.
Wow.
Wow.
Brace yourself.
Okay, let's see. We had a 20, we had a 19, and we had, okay, it looks like Cadmus is up next.
Okay, I'm going to engage the one that Garvin is already fighting.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my bonus action surge, so I'll get 2 attacks this round.
Okay. With your pike, right? Which gives
With
you
my
reach.
pike.
Okay.
Give him canvas.
Okay, 14 and 7 is 21.
That will hit.
Second attack, 10 plus 7 is 17.
17 will also hit. You know we're using, and you're not using your pike, right? So
Yeah.
it's just okay. Yep.
So I do 20 points of damage total.
Wow. Okay, that does quite a bit of damage. Unfortunately, when this happens, 2 more bits for each attack fly off, doing a total of 6 more points of damage to Garvin.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sweet. That's cute.
Oh, the Garvin?
To Garvin.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Wait, Garvin's the cleric. Heal thyself.
I'm gonna have to.
It is the statue turn. We will begin with the statues having hit, and I swear to God, I'm not singling you out. You are the only one engaged in melee combat.
Yes,
Listen,
you are.
you're the only one engaged in melee combat. They're not both going to attack you. One of them will.
Cadmus is there, right?
But Cadmus is at a distance with the pipe, so it's literally, you know. So,
I'm rolling a 20 for saving.
no, this one is not going to do the same thing that the other creatures did. And it might not even hit you. 15? 15?
15 for what?
Is that?
Oh, my armor class is 18.
Okay, so it does not hit you. So you managed to dodge that one. The second one, though, which is animated, which was... that second one is going to come down and is probably going to engage Cadmus, I think. And so it's going to attempt to attack you with a 25.
Yeah, sure enough.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
That is 13 points of piercing damage, Cadmus.
Ooh.
You had 41, so 28.
Say it again?
You did 13 points of damage to you with piercing damage. Which
Yeah,
I
I
think
got
is-
that. I thought you said something.
No, I assume that like 28 is what I have you at. Is the
16, yeah, that's what I have made me out to.
okay? All right. That is their turn. That brings us down to Lassen, who is the only one still worried about figuring out which one you're shooting at, by the way, Lassen.
The one that's most hurt.
Okay. That'll be the one that Cadmus and Garvin are.
Wait a minute, is there one that hasn't taken an action yet in this combat?
No, they both have.
Okay. So 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
Sneak attack.
Yes, indeed. Engage with both.
Oh. 15 damage.
Okay. All right. I mean, definitely pieces go flying off of it. You definitely have hurt it some. Okay, and that's going to bring us up to the top of the round with Wisp.
I think that I'd like to heal Garvin with the healing word again.
See,
Okay.
Wisp understands being part of a team.
Now, here's the only problem, Wisp. You are here, and
I'm too far away.
yeah, you're a good probably 50 to 60 feet away. So you'd have to like book it to get down to the next round.
But the objects are all placed now, right?
The objects are now placed, yes.
And these statues are probably something, I mean, would anything I cast, would I not be out in range for anything?
No, I'm sure there are some things you would be in range. It's probably about 60 feet away.
Garvin shouts. Get the thing.
Oh, yeah, so there was what was it, a gold bar, what was in the, I very much get distracted. So what was in the,
Yeah.
did I see?
No, sorry. Gold bar means like a handrail bar, like a like it's like a handrail that you hold on to
Right.
backwards.
Like to open it?
Well, you don't know.
Well, I'm gonna try then.
Okay. When you grab the bar, the doors close. And suddenly you feel the room is moving. The room is moving with you in it.
Well, with us in it.
No, it's only you.
Only you. We'll find out what happened to Wisp in just a moment.
Wait, what happened to the rope?
The rope is not, first of all, I don't know if I even bought this rope. Secondly, the rope is not attached to Wisp. This rope has limits. Okay.
I can dive afterwards.
Okay, Calixton.
I dive afterwards.
Well, you're bang into a door.
Okay, cool. So let's not do that then.
Some of us could use help.
I have no spells that can help you. And if I get enough fight with all those things, you're gonna get hurt.
Hurt her.
So one of those statues is attacking Garvin, and what's the other one doing?
The other one is attacking Cadmus.
Cadmus, how much HP do you have?
How many do I have left?
How many do we have left?
I feel like y'all are taking the brunt of the.
That is the answer to everything for the last like 3 to 4 years.
Now.
You mean how much I have left, right?
If you're,
Then 21.
if you're gonna heal somebody, don't heal me yet. Because I'm about to do something else on my own.
I unfortunately can't heal nobody. So if I'm getting in a fight, I'm getting in a fight with whoever is next to the person who can take one more blow.
I can take one more blow, I think.
I'm getting hit with all this shrapnel.
I'm also not alone in the room. Right?
That's right.
Yeah,
Dorian is with you.
Experiencing
Dorian
rapid
is kind of like-
forces,
and
the
Dorian
likes of
is-
which would probably kill us.
No, it's
So
not like
I'm-
she forces
I'm
like
making
that.
sure that-
But as Dorian goes down, with you, Dorian is kind of like, where's everyone? Should we believe in them? That's not.
I'm sorry, Dorian. I wanted to try to see what was in here because it was getting really bad in there and we're moving and I'm sorry to put you in danger.
No, it's all right. This is bad though, right?
I think that we'll get through it. So let's just be careful.
All right, that sounds good. And then Dorian
Thanks for not
makes
calling
his
me
absolute
chief.
best effort to be careful, the most careful mouse you've ever seen. Okay.
Right, so how far am I from the statue that's attacking Cadmus?
Probably about 55 feet, you would guess.
Okay.
In fact, let's see if I can make that actually a thing. By doing this.
What are you trying to do? Alexa?
I'm the only thing that I can do is attack. So I'm gonna attack.
Yeah, you're 55 feet right now.
Right,
So
yeah.
all you can do is run, right?
I mean, if I leave, do you want me to leave you to die?
I would love you to use the rope and put me the hell out of there.
Thanks for the
Dwarf tossing for safety.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. I keep forgetting about this rope.
Do we really have a 60-foot rope
I was
going
gonna
around
go there.
while
Do
you've been
you remember
stealthing?
last year?
Oh, I very well remember it.
We've qualified this
I'm
rope for a
remembering
second and a
stealth.
half. We can't write it out now.
That's right. No, it was a
Continuity.
It was a 60-footer. Yeah, I had no problem with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
grab the rope and yank Garvin out of there.
Okay. All right, Garvin, are you willing to, I guess the question is, are you willing to be yanked?
Oh, very much so.
Okay.
I need to heal.
Yeah, immediately leap off your feet for me to pull.
Okay, so yeah, I would say that you are knocked prone and dragged. Felixen, let's say, I don't know, to about, you can't bring them all, you're not gonna reel in 60 feet in turn, but you could probably reel to about maybe 25, 30 feet to about there.
Okay.
That works for me.
Yeah.
All right, Cadmus, we got this.
Yeah, we better have. Nobody else is
Do I still have my movement?
That was your movement, dragging the
No, pulling and dragging would be that, you can
Right.
still move on top of that.
Okay.
So let me move 20 feet in that direction.
Okay, give me 1 second, let's move this here. Okay, and 20 feet in that direction. Okay,
Yes.
Yeah, and that's me.
okay.
Just me and my
That
mouse
is going to bring us down to Garvin, now that you've been yanked.
Okay, so now I'm out of the melee, right?
You are at the moment, yep.
Yeah, well, prone. So you have
You are
to.
prone.
You have to get up, and I think that's a movement, or how?
No one's near me, right?
No.
Can I cast a healing spell myself?
Yeah.
I don't remember what dice.
Well,
It doesn't.
do you know what spell you need to tell me what spell you're using.
Oh, I have Cure Light Wounds.
Okay.
And, but I don't know what I rolled to see.
Should be 1d8, sorry, plus your spellcasting ability modifier, which is wisdom. So 1d8 plus wisdom.
Oh, my wisdom's great. So 1d8 plus 4. 6.
Okay. 6 more than you had. So 27 are you up to now, Garvin, I think?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then you're standing up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You can do that. That is going to lead us to Let's see. What was Cadmus?
Okay, first I'm going to take my other bonus action, which is Second Wind. To shed some of this damage.
The classic.
7 plus 3, I shed 10 points of damage.
Okay, so that's you're back up to 38.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and now I'm going to attack now. Am I suddenly facing 2 of them, or what's the deal here?
Well, technically, I guess one of them is sort of like just had Garvin in front of him, front of it. The other one is the one that was attacking you anyway. So technically, you could get either the one that you've already.
I want the one that's taking the most damage.
Okay. Yeah, one is taking.
15. Is that it?
15 just misses.
Okay, I'm done.
I think you get 2 attacks per action as a fighter.
Do I get double attacks? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, audience member.
Yeah. Oh, that one did.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're level 5.
9 points of damage.
Okay.
Yay.
All right. Okay, definitely looking considerably more hurt now. All right, that was Cadmus. Now they get to go. Unfortunately, Cadmus 2. Oh, sorry. Oh no, because that's right. Because you're using your pike, so you're still out of range of the thing. Okay, you're in melee, but not 5 feet away. So now both of them are going to attack you. Sadly, the first one is a 15.
Nope, they need 19.
Second one is a 7. Terrible round for them. They did not eat their Wheaties today. That is going to lead us to Garvin is up next, I believe.
Oh, I not last.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. No, you already went. I take it back. I misread. Sorry, Garvin. Next one is going to be Lassen. Is one of those.
Not first one.
Oh, that's what we roll it. Oh yeah! I rolled an 18 and then a 20.
Natural 20.
Okay. Natural 20. Let's see. So the way I do this, by the way, as Brandon will know, is that that is a max damage. So that means you do max damage. So whatever you could do, that is the maximum damage you will do.
Alright. The English
so I
major
do
is getting out her calculator.
as the gods intended.
As was foretold by
Remind us, you said
28 damage from my tiny little crossbow.
Yep. Okay, that just, it does not destroy, but you can see like just showers of jade, crystals sort of fall off of this thing. It's barely holding itself up, but it's not quite destroyed. But it's awfully close. And also, Cadmus has the disturbing experience of having this shower of jade just right in front, of him. I assume Garvin has flashbacks, probably. Okay, and that's going to bring us up, back up to the top of the round and to Whist. Now, Whist, you have been sort of going down, and then there's, and the elevator doors open. Now, the question is, you're still holding the bar. You could release it and grab it again. You could walk out of, this room. Right now, all you see in front of you is an exceedingly large but dim room in front of you. And I don't want to show the map yet because I kind of want to get a sense of what you want to do. Nothing attacks you, nothing, you don't get zapped.
You okay to go through?
You're asking.
And Dorian's like, I don't know.
Alright, let's
Do
go.
we go?
Let's go. Sweet.
Okay. So, I will show you. Oops, I'm going to actually bring all of those things. So, you emerge on the southern side of an enormous, truly enormous room. There are plants and red and green carpeting highlighting the gorgeous interior. You think you may see actual fish ponds left and right with fish kind of swimming through them. So you get to see that. And also, there is a loud clicking sound echoing through the chamber, because above, let's see if I can actually show that, is an enormous stained glass clock and a pendulum is moving back and forth, as you can see the hands on here. Very, I mean, if you watch for a little bit, you can see probably that they're moving. And this does, in fact, show the current time, as far as you know, with these two enormous sort of jade or emerald kind of relief, statues in relief off of the wall that are holding them. Beyond that, there's also a loud rumbling filling the chamber. So there's this the pendulum, and then here is a gate, and behind it, an enormous closed door, like a safe door or a vault door. And by the way, I should also mention there are desks down here with a bunch of papers, and there are two of these large, they look like very large versions of the statues that your compatriots are currently fighting above you. But one of them has scaffolding around it, and you think you see a bucket on it.
Bucket on the scaffolding.
A bucket on the scaffolding.
We
Yep.
can't help with.
Since I don't know how the movement all works, would I, can I look at just one thing?
Mm-hmm. One
Not
thing.
more.
You can only one is all you're gonna have time for this, because then this is all happening in 6 seconds roughly.
Okay.
Now that you know that the clock is there, I can see.
Do I have time to get to the fish and ask them a question?
You could go over to the fish.
I'd like
yes.
to ask the fish for advice.
Okay. So you're gonna go over to the fish. What are you guys doing as you cast this?
What is something broken here?
Everything looks blah blah blah. Pretty lights.
Can I speak to a different fish, please?
No, you could choose a different fish.
Is there a manager fish?
This name just changed to Karen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'll give you a chance to talk like one more thing, because then literally this is all right.
Is something special stored here? What is the special thing here?
Dimensional lights.
The lights. Okay, and there's lights in the room. So I think I'm done now, right?
Yeah.
My gift to all of you is that you have now heard. You have always heard the ghost voice, the robot voice. You've now heard the fern voice, and the moderately competent fish.
Meanwhile, in the room where all of this.
Meanwhile, back at home, I love this sort of smash cut, right? Like, what do you mean? Like above. Okay.
Wildest Netflix series smash cut ever.
Calixto.
Hi, fish. How are you? Meanwhile, bam.
It's all very calm too, like very relaxed, right? Calixto, what would you like to do?
I don't know. Not die.
It's a good goal, buddy.
It's on my list.
You could drag the dwarf around the floor for a while.
I was just outside playing on Longhorn and with some students, and I didn't even go in the party. I look over at Dorian, sorry, I didn't mean
I am going to, from where I am.
Where are the two thingies roughly?
Basically both of them are here. Two thingies.
I have to
Both
sit
of them are
next to Ginny.
Both of them are here.
So if you can just say it like that.
Okay, cool. Right, that's less than 120 feet. I
am going to
Magic missile, the one that is closest to Cadmus.
Okay. Okay. Which is pretty hurt, the same one.
So that's 3 attacks of 1d4 plus 1.
Damage.
Yep.
You have magic.
That is going to be 1d4 plus 1 for all 3. So 1d4 plus 1 3 times.
Attack the darkness collection.
That's 2, 2, and 4 total, which is 8. Right, that's what that was.
Yay.
This thing, fortunately, was already in very bad shape, and so shower of
Oh my God.
emerald and jade goes everywhere, all targeted directly at Garvin.
I feel it.
I'm just joking. No, it sort of, and then just sort of falls. It's just a pile of green emerald, which leaves just one that is, as of yet, untouched on Cadmus.
Oh, nobody said that one.
It feels very sad though, because one is the loneliest number.
Right, it's a broken statue in all ways now.
And that's me. I'm not even going to move.
Okay, that is going to lead us to Garvin next. Garvin, 1 is left.
Can I attack it from behind? Based on where I am? Like,
Yes, you could. Yes,
with my
yes,
fabulous
you could.
dexterity.
I would give you advantage on that. Yes,
Okay.
you can do that. Although because you're getting up front, remember you are subject to the blowback of the thing.
I know. I'm aware. Okay, so I'm rolling a 20. 17 plus 5 to hit is 22.
Definitely a hit. And remember, you're using that highly effective warhammer.
Again.
So.
Okay, so now it's my. So do I have any difference on my hit damage because I'm doing?
Yeah, the effect is it's doubled.
Double. So
Yep.
whatever I got.
I think you roll twice, right?
Oh, do I roll twice?
What?
Does she roll twice?
No,
or does she
it's
just
not
double?
advantage.
Just
No,
double?
no, it's not advantage. Just double whatever the roll is.
Oh, and for
You
sure
get advantage.
damage.
You get advantage to hit. But once she's hit it, although I guess actually now that I think of it, you could have rolled again just to see if you crit on it. So I guess you could do that.
Let me roll
Because you
again.
get to
So I
attack
rolled a
twice.
1. The second one is a 2.
Well, no, wait. Are you doing damage
She's
there?
doing damage.
Yeah, I'm not talking about damage. You can roll again on the 2 hit because if you get a critical hit, you hit it anyway. But a critical hit would be even better, right?
That's a 12 plus a 5.
Yeah, so it sounds good. So yeah, damage is just whatever you roll for the damage that you got, which was I think you said a 1.
Fabulous 1.
Plus your modifier, and then
Which
that's
is
doubled.
3, so 6.
So
A 1
no,
plus
1 plus. Oh, you rolled a 1. Your modifier is 2.
6. I rolled a 1. Should I just re-roll?
Mm-hmm.
No.
1 plus your modifier is 3, right? You said. Or
No,
2 or
I
3?
get, I have 1 dice, 8 plus 2.
So 3 total. So yes, it is 6. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
Yep.
a whopping 6.
6.
Woo!
All right, you did something.
I did do something.
Okay, and Garvin, you're staying where you are, like up close on it.
I would really like to leap away.
Okay. Oh, you will, however, take a bit before the leap.
Of course I would.
Only 1 point this time, though.
Only 1 point of damage?
Yes.
How was that even possible?
Okay. Let's see. That was that one that leads us to Cadmus next.
Alright, now when you said that I get 2 attacks on a level 5.
That's right. And you're doing it still with your
First
fight.
attack is
Woohoo!
19 critical hit. Because I was through critical.
Oh, then maximum damage then.
Maximum damage 14 points.
Okay.
Second attack is second attack is probably a miss. 12.
12 will miss. Yeah.
Alright, so the first one did 14, the second one missed.
Okay, that was a solid hit though, for sure. Okay, now it gets to go. There is only one of them. It will attack the one it sees in front of it, actually. Although I forgot to, and I also forgot that when Cadmus hits it, again, the blowback sadly hits Garvin.
Shocking.
Only one point of damage again, though, Garvin.
Oh, lovely.
This one is a 17 to hit you, Cadmus.
No, it needs a 19.
Okay, that is a miss then. That is going to lead us then to Lassen, who's next.
So
Yes. 18?
Yes. That's it.
Uh, 21.
21 damage. Okay, that did a lot of damage to it.
How much damage did you do to Garvin?
That's a very. I'm glad you asked. Still only one. Last 3 damage rolls for this have been 1.
Yay!
So just minor, little chipping away. Okay.
Little slivers from my tiny little crystal.
That brings us back up to the top of the round with Whisk. Meanwhile, when we last talked,
It's not suffering any damage.
Any damage whatsoever. I wanted to mention that I'm the one that said go get the thing, and so, you know, List is now safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just
Better than the alternative, to be fair.
As opposed to me.
I know, well, you know.
Well, we too, because you're attacking your range.
How fast it turns from, this is the one that plays like a team to.
But you're fighting it actually very well.
In 5 years, I don't know that glass has taken any damage ever.
Okay. Down here, and you were talking to a fish pond.
So when you're talking about the lights, just so I understand, there's lights in the middle and there's lights at the top?
Yes, this whole room actually is reasonably well lit. So there are like glowing orbs everywhere.
Garvin tries to mentally connect with List. Stop talking to fish.
The other note, by the way, sorry, one last note here. There is also a very large, what looks like envelope, in what looks like, if you had to guess, like a gyroscope of some kind here.
Well, that's not interesting. We're looking for something to stabilize, right?
Yeah. But now it's with List, so it's not interesting to us. We're trying not to turn into.
Well,
I can send them a message, but I think I need to go look at the, there's like a vault at the top, right?
I'm sorry?
Like a vault or something?
Yeah, there is, yes, there is.
I mean, I can't unlock things, but I guess. I really can't. I just have a dulcimer and a little drum.
All right, so you're gonna make your way towards the.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up there and just see if I can open it.
If you're double moving, I would say you can get probably to about there during a combat round. So Whisk makes a quick and easy way there, whilst meanwhile
the rest of us tries to.
Back on the farm, so to speak. Okay.
Well, backwards, right?
There. Okay, that's going to bring us, if I am not mistaken, to Calixin is up next.
Another magic missile.
Okay. So 3 of those 1d4s plus 1.
I'm out of range now, right?
You are not on range at the moment. You're right on top of it.
5, 3, and 3.
I like that Kirby keeps mentioning this and everyone's just like, zap, like showers of jade. Oh man. Okay. Say this again, 5, 3, and which?
5, 3, and 3.
Okay. So 11 points. Yeah, it's starting to look pretty messed up at this point.
So much burden.
Let's see. Smash, smash, and smash is 6 points of damage total.
I have an armor class of 18. Did I mention that?
These things are not about the armor class.
So,
yeah, clearly.
Whisk is safely in the basement and is gonna get out some vegan cheesy balls and just have a snack.
That's Calixin. That brings us down to Garvin, you're up next. Oh, sorry, Calixin, unless you're moving it over.
I am not moving.
Okay. Then Garvin, you're up.
Am I far enough away that I could heal myself again, or am I like melee?
Well, you could disengage 5 feet, just sort of take a step away from it, and then could heal yourself if you wish.
Well, I'm down to like I'm like at 15 points, so I think I'd like to heal myself.
Okay.
8, 46, I don't remember what it was.
That is 1d8, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Plus your, I think it's wisdom is 1d8. 1d8 plus wisdom, yes.
3, 3 and 4 is a 7.
Okay, so you are now up to, I had you at 18 before, Garvin, so you're at 25 now, is what I think I had you
I'll
at.
do the math while we do the next news.
Okay. That is going to bring us down to Cadmus.
Oh, yeah, so I'm trying to say 3 years, so it's gotta be long. Alright, first attack is 7, 7's 14, that isn't it.
Not going to do it.
Okay. And second one is 15 and 7's 22.
That will definitely hit.
Okay. 7 points of damage.
Okay, looking exceedingly hurt now. A shower of jade does not quite hit Garvin. Garvin will be happy to know.
Garvin is now 25 points, is super happy.
Okay. And the remaining jade statue is now going to go and attack Cadmus.
Remaining? Oh, you mean
there's one left because one's been
the
destroyed
one that's
already.
left, okay.
But only an 11 and is not going to hit. These have not rolled well. Fortunately for everybody. Okay, that's going to lead us to Lesson.
Put it away.
Time to say goodbye.
Put it away.
Not with that roll. And not with that roll either. No!
You were doing so well.
11.
Sadly, both misses. A miss. So that brings us back up to Whist.
So I'm going up there and I want to see if I can open it.
Okay.
How about the fish ones?
So, let's see. There we go. All right. So when you get to here, Whist, you see that there is one problem behind the opening up the thing, and that is that there is a gate in front of it. Also, one note, which is that when you get up to the gate, this loud rumbling that I mentioned is much louder here. And it seems to be coming, if you had to guess, from your left.
So from the statue that's under construction.
Otherwise, this gate is locked. The rumbling seems to be coming from over here. The gate's locked.
Okay, and I don't have time now to go look at it, right?
You can you can do something with it. You can because you just moved up to it. So.
Okay. I can look in this. I see the bucket, but I'm going to look. What else do I see in the scaffolding?
Oh well. So okay. You'd have to go back over this way to see that.
Okay.
Do you want to look at that or at the gate?
The statue.
Okay. When you come over here, you can hear this sort of rumbling. And there seems to be, the sound seems to be very localized. And now that you're here, you hear. It's very loud snoring coming from behind the scaffolding. You can see, by the way, there is a bucket and a mop here and here on top of this.
So the janitor's taking a nap. I hope it's another mouse.
It's not going to be a mouse.
Well, I mean, can I do anything else now or later?
That's probably all you can do for the moment. Which brings us to Blizzard.
Magic missile.
Okay.
Finish it off. I crawled out of the way.
3, 2, and 5.
3, 2, and 5.
That's 10, right?
Yes, it is. Barely standing. Barely. Almost there. Barely standing.
Kneecap in, Garvin?
Garvin.
They're attacking behind him, right?
Mm-hmm. You can do that. So now you do that at advantage.
Did you wreck me?
9 and 5 is 14.
Miss. But you're doing an advantage, so you roll twice, right?
Oh, right. Ooh, 15 and 4 is 19.
That definitely is. Yep.
This way to roll the wrong dice.
You're not going to have to hit it hard.
Like, how can I have a 0? That's a 10. Wait. 4 plus 2 is 6. I only rolled that once, right? Or is it double?
And that's doubled, so that'll be 12.
12.
So, yes, in a shower of jade, and in a final 2 points of damage to you, Garvin,
You knew it was coming.
the
You knew it was
thing
coming.
smashes and falls to the ground, and you all take a moment to sort of like take a breath, and then you're like, where's Whisk?
Yeah, where's Whisk? Barb. Here, Barb.
I'm going to take us out of initiative for the moment.
Well, I think our work here is done.
We lost Whisk, and we don't know.
Well, we destroyed
Okay.
the guardian.
So you walk up to the doors, you notice that the doors are now closed again to the, to whatever that room was.
Okay, so, can we lift the things up and put them back down?
You can. When you do, like just one of them, I assume, like, when you do that, the room glows again. Whisk, suddenly you hear, and the door closes behind you, and a few seconds later, the door opens, about 10, 12 seconds later, opens up here.
Can all of us fit in there?
You can.
Let's hook,
Let's all
hook together, holding hands. We all get in there.
let's all hold this handle on 3.
Yeah, 1,
2, 3.
Grab them.
Okay, and the doors close, and when they close, you find yourselves down here in the room that I have previously described. And it takes a little bit before, as you sort of cast around, you can see that Whisk is up at the northwestern corner
What's
and
going on,
seems to
Whisk?
be peering behind scaffolding. There is this loud ticking noise that I've described before, and there is also a snoring sound as well.
I think we have to wake this person, or this
Oh, I
being
really
up.
don't think that's a good idea. I would like to look at the thing that Whisk ignored, the big piece of jade in what looked like a stabilizing thing.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. The room, or the thing that you see is this huge, really, emerald. And there is what looks like a gyroscope around it. As you look at it, you can see, Garvin, that the emerald, I can zoom us down there, seems to be very slowly turning. Like, very, very slowly turning within it. It does look like the gyroscope is very slow and the emerald is slow. So you could, it's not like spinning super fast, you could reach in and touch it, or, I don't know, tack it, move it, punch it, laugh at it.
Well, I'm gonna say, we're supposed to take it the hell out. If it's what we're looking for, we'll take it the hell out of here. So.
Does it look like about it would conveniently fit on that cart that we first saw? Like,
No, it's much bigger than that.
But we could move it out.
You're also not sure that that's the vault. You are in the vault, but the
But might not be.
lock thing may be also the vault.
That could just
Gonna-
be
This looks a lot bigger
That
than,
could just be
this does
power.
not look like a thing that even would fit in the elevator, probably.
Lesson is gonna go and that up.
Okay, the gate?
Yep.
Okay, and I'm gonna come back to you in 1 second. Okay. How'd you do?
I rolled a 17. So
Yes.
proficiency is +4 or 21.
Yes, that will in fact open. Okay. So, let's see, yeah. So that does open, and you are able to get through it to the to this thing right here. We'll get to this side. In front of this very large and clearly closed door, safe door. And above you, the massive clock, the pendulum.
Is the pendulum like super sharp, like cutting it round in half kind of sharp?
The pendulum?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't want to be on the business end of it, for sure.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But you're dexterous, I'm gonna get in there and dodge it.
It'll be fine.
It's
What
almost-
you're doing is you're standing.
It's almost uncanny.
I have message, can I, if this person is asleep, can I
Oh my
message
God.
in the dream world?
Does one of us actually figure out what she's doing? Am I close enough to hear her and tackle her back?
Well, you need to go up there to see, Garvin. Right now, Whisk is disappearing, and you're some distance to the south, so you could do that. As far as message is concerned, whether they're in the dream world or not. The thing about this is that it's not about the dream world. It's you whisper a message that they don't hear. So it's unlikely a whisper would wake whoever it is. Also, you don't actually know yet. I mean, like you could like walk around and see them. You just hear this snoring sound. You don't see anything yet.
I have to choose one of those on this turn, right? Either message
Well,
or look at them.
We're out of combat now, so you don't have to worry too much about that. You could.
Okay. Can I look?
Sure.
Dorian,
This one is, you can see then what looks like a very prone, old human with wispy white hair. And he kind of just got his sort of, he has sort of, his clothes, he's got overalls on. And his, it has sort of the trade, the stains of his trade, so to speak, in the sense that there's a lot of kind of, damp spots from mopping and, all that stuff on his overalls.
Yeah, that's gotta be.
Do you think it's because it's being echoed by, sort of reflected off of the statue and these other things, and that's what's creating this sound?
I'm picturing Scruffy from Futurama.
I'm gonna send a
That's the guy
message.
that checked in. That's Mops.
Okay.
That's
Say,
that's
hi, I'm not here to hurt you. We have an issue. Could you please wake up and talk to me?
Apparently the whisper is not enough to awaken.
So, the rest of us have moved up, and,
Okay.
we're looking and we think that's Mops.
Hey, Mops.
Okay. Is that?
It could just be that he needed mops.
Hey, Mops, wake up, Mops. Hey, Mops. What are you doing? Wake up, Mops.
Okay, do you actually go over and kind of, not, kick it, but shake it?
I go investigate.
I would like to know, that's a vault, right?
Appears to be.
It appears to be.
Yep.
Lassen did unlock the gates.
Right, and there were papers down at the table down below, right?
There are, indeed.
Maybe we should look at those before we go waking ulcers up.
The passwords under the keyboard, maybe. Yeah.
Sorry, so you're going down to look at those notes.
I've grabbed List and dragging List back, just in case List has any more ideas about waking up.
Oh no, I don't get dragged. I don't get dragged, I'm still there.
Okay. So, so List is staying there, you're going down to look at the notes. Okay, Kalixin, what are you doing?
What does this do?
What is what?
Okay, I'm gonna do something absolutely stupid.
Oh, joy.
I woke up to whatever it is West is observing in that corner.
Okay.
This guy's still asleep, yes?
Yes.
With the intent only to do to perform as disruptive an action as possible and not to destroy someone.
Okay.
I kneel down next to this person and cast Shocking Grasp.
Okay.
So you're casting Joy Buzzer?
Yes, essentially.
That'll predispose him to help.
Yes. Yes.
Clear.
Okay. All right. I need you to make a melee spell attack, which you're going to be doing at advantage because they are indeed asleep. Just a melee spell attack using.
I rolled a 19 and a nat 20.
Wow. So.
No!
No, here's the deal. Actually, advantage. Actually, the text of that is that you can take the result you choose. You could do the lower, so as to avoid critically hitting the old, helpless.
Yes, I don't want to need the sleeping old man.
Okay. Roll 1d8.
Do you remember when I was pointing to that couple faculty
Yes.
and put them on eyes? Yeah.
How much HP does a mortal have?
How much HP does one have? Fair amount. Oh, I mean, sorry, not a fair amount, not very much. Why?
He rolled an 8.
So,
Nice
Silence
guy.
now.
Nice guy.
No snoring.
Oh my God! You're my partner.
Gary, can you heal him? Gary, heal him. Quick. Maybe he's only at -9. Heal him, quick, hurry up. He's still twitching.
I went down to look at the notes to try to
Get over here. Hurry up.
Can I heal it?
Better do it fast. We're going to.
Healing word.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I'm not leaving box like this. In this case, the healing word is oops.
The healing word of the day is I'm real sorry.
5.
Okay. So, like, you know, kind of like breeze and then, I have, I had a
we're sorry
terrible
about that.
dream.
You're
There
right.
was a light at the tunnel.
That must have been a hell of a dream. Hi, hello.
Who are you? He kind of like staggers back, holding, what are you? You're not supposed to be here. Why?
I think you fellows, there was an
Why
issue.
are my arms scorched?
Are you Mops?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what people call me. Oh, I have my heart's pounding.
What is your name then?
My name's Mops.
Okay, well,
Yeah, what?
Your name
It's
is Mops.
Yeah, my name's Mops. I was tingling. Why is my hair up on my arms?
You shouldn't sleep. You shouldn't sleep in that position
Well,
very
Mops-
often. It might be very painful for you. Okay, here's one. Very quickly.
Yeah.
We are here because we need help to prevent a large calamity, and we're told that we could get the resources necessary to do so from here.
What?
What?
The
What do
vault.
you say?
Can you help us
Shadowborn.
with the vault?
The vault. No, I'm cleaning. I gotta get going. What time? He sees the clock. The time on the clock, and again almost staggers over. Like, it can't be that time. Is it that? I just was there cleaning behind the statue, and then I guess I ought to take a little shut-eye, and a few hours passed, and I'm in trouble.
You're not in
I
trouble.
gotta finish cleaning. Really?
Who are you in trouble
My
with?
heart is, what? Well, trouble? Well, I was supposed to go up. I come down to clean, and now I'm supposed to leave. The Solicus is going to be really mad with me. Is angry. Yeah, so is he's the leader of the bank, the guy with the bank. I need my mop. He kind of like stumbling around looking for.
Do we know that guy at all? And like, what relationship to the university is the bank?
You have heard of this. This is someone named Solicus Starship, who is in fact a Dragonborn sorcerer. Solicus Starship was one of the people that originally founded the bank. It's a former Hearthglow Academy graduate and is the official in charge of the bank. Supposedly the reason it was impregnable. Mom
you
says,
keep on using that word.
We've been cleaning. I've been cleaning, and like been cleaning, and it's very important. Been cleaning to get everything ready.
Ready for what?
Well, there's I don't know. He says there's some big thing that's going to happen that he's getting ready for, and he wants the bank to look shipshape. And so we've been all working overtime, and I've been working here. I've been working at Hearthglow for years, and so I'm a little tired. This man looks ancient, by the way. Also, somewhat burned now for some reason.
Did Starship ever mention if it was a good thing or a bad thing?
What
The reason why?
Oh, he was pretty excited about it, but he wouldn't tell us what it was. Just said, "Get that place clean."
Right. So we are from Hearthglow.
That's good. How's it doing?
Not very well, to be frank.
Oh, that's not good.
Professor
It's not.
Cullerton has sent us to pick up an object. I'm Dr. Shadow. We're here to pick up an object to help save Hearthglow.
Oh, okay, great. You can't get in there. That's the vault of ages. That's no one gets in there. That's where everything is. You don't want to go in there.
Yeah.
You don't know how to get in there?
No, I'm cleaning cleaning specialist. I don't open doors.
I don't believe him.
Why not? No, he doesn't.
I suspect he knows. Can I check to see whether he's like this?
Make an insight check for me.
I also have
Quick
a
note to
zone-
the audience, by the way, we are past time, but not very much past time.
I also
We should be
have the
closing
zone
up
of truth.
shortly.
You just wanna go to it. I mean, that would be.
That would be very helpful, yes. Zone of truth would be very helpful in this instance.
Well, I happen to have a helm of telepathy with detect.
I don't think,
And they're
But
in
I
the same room.
hadn't noticed on last year's character sheet, so.
Well, you said it has to be willing?
I don't know either.
Did you say it has to be willing?
Yeah, it needs to be willing.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
While wearing this helm, you can use the action to cast the detect thought spell. Save DC 13.
Yeah, they have to be willing or they can save against it.
Well, detect thought is not the same as knowing what they're
And
thinking.
you said zone of truth.
It's just to detect that activity.
Oh, you have that? Oh.
You have what?
Zone of truth.
Oh, hell yeah. Heck yeah.
that means you're not gonna be able to, tell that story anymore though.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going ahead and casting it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, that is, okay, so they're gonna have to make a charisma saving throw.
He can't be that strange.
This guy's not gonna say anything.
Surprisingly, someone who's just been shocked into death and then returned, he's not very resistant. So, they do not make their save. So what do you wanna cast?
I'm going to go back, I think Hudson was having a good conversation here. And now we're in the zone of truth. And I would like to make sure that that's consensually known, at least as I have put us in a zone of truth, so you will not be able to speak a lie.
I'm in pain. True.
Share the password.
I apologize, that was my fault.
What?
This lasts.
Very quickly, do you know how to open this vault or not?
No, I don't know how to open the vault, although, sit about the clock. I mean, it opens by itself every morning, when it gets to 6 a.m. Now, when you look up there, right now, the current time listed on the clock is 11:14.
Does the emerald at the head of the room control the clock in any way? Is it like a chronometer of some sort?
A chronometer?
If I tilt that giant rock in the front of the room, is it going to influence the clock at all?
Maybe. I've never tried it. They always said, Mops, don't touch anything down there and don't ever fall asleep. And I said, yes, sir. And I never,
So you fall asleep and you...
This is the first time it's happened, all right?
It's not your fault.
I have a question for the GM,
Yes.
as opposed to first speaking for Mop. Does it look like someone can climb up to that clock and move the hands manually?
It may be a very, very difficult climb. There's no obvious access point up there.
Sounds like somebody needs to go.
Let's try the crystal first.
Well, does
And the fall would be catastrophic.
do any of our spellcasters have levitation?
But in any case, he doesn't know. But it does occur to you, Kalixin, that the emerald moves about the same speed as the hands seem to be moving.
I move to the gyroscope and start turning in the opposite direction that it is currently turning.
Okay, now, here's a question. How are you going to attempt to do that? Because you can't just like grab it. You could try to use some kind of magic. You could use, I don't want to tell you what to do. You could use something, if you wished, that could make
Will Mage Hand be big enough to grab it and turn it by itself?
It might. I would allow, if you use that, I would allow you to make an Arcana check for me, please. I'll let you do this at advantage, actually.
Fine by me. That's my Arcana's plus 3. Advantage plus 3, that's 22.
The other roll was a 2.
Yes. So when you do this, the statues next to the clock
Oh no.
reach up
Oh, good.
and begin to
I thought they were gonna
manually
get
turn the hands as you're sort of turning them. Now you're says 6 a.m. So you want to go. If you go backwards, it's going to take longer. You want to like.
Yeah, I do it backwards to observe that that's happening, and then I move forwards to 6 o'clock.
So you start moving it forwards. As you do so, this guy down here animates. Now this thing is much larger, maybe 15 feet high, and takes one step down. And Mops goes, "Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. That's not. None of that's good. Listen. I'm sorry. I am not responsible. I'm an employee." And this thing is, like.
Is it
I'm not going to put you in initiative.
But it didn't move when he went backwards, right?
No, because he said he just moved it backwards a bit and then started moving it forward, so this is all within a few seconds.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to put us in initiative yet, but it depends on what happens next. You can see the statues are moving as you're using your mage hand, but slowly. Is anyone else going to do anything to assist the movement? Like, in other words, to turn it faster? Or going to leave it up to...
Can we push it just with our hands?
You can assist it by using, in your case, Cadmus, you could use a melee weapon to kind of like lever it, and you can do that with 3 total people, probably, maybe 4. You might be able to fit 4.
Well, I assume that my podcast might not
Yeah, exactly.
later, so all right.
Okay.
So you do that with the mage hand. Now you see that they're starting to move much faster. As is this. The statues move at the same speed, but these ones are. Is anyone else something?
Would a minor illusion maybe distract it from who's doing it, or from what's happening?
You don't know. You'd have to see. Minor illusions are not super effective though, especially against constructs. But maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if anyone's gonna help turn it.
Didn't work on me.
I'm gonna wait and see if anyone else is popping over there.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if we're gonna have to start hitting things again.
You will if the thing doesn't move faster.
So you're saying, I'm short and not dexterous, so, I'm looking to see if I have anything. Guiding bolt, I don't know what that does.
Yeah, you could possibly try to shoot that into the heart of the thing. Basically, just increase the energy to do it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. And that's it's not moving. It's moving like it's not moving from its space. You'll get that easily.
Right.
And then last, what do you do?
I do have high dexterity, but it seems like from your description it didn't sound like it was the kind of thing that I can physically, with my physical body, move.
Seems like it's more about strength than dexterity.
Right. And the question is if you have any items, weapons, physical items of any type.
Like I'm using the guiding bolt. That's the spell I'm using.
I've got dancing lights, fairy fire, darkness, draw ability.
How about physical items?
I don't know. I got dagger, hand crossbow, and helm of telepathy.
Okay. Well, it's up to you.
If I threw a dagger.
I don't see
You're just
how
gonna
that
hit
would
me.
work.
You're just gonna hit me.
Yeah.
I would say be ready to start shooting
I'm gonna
crossbows, cause.
I'm gonna cast fairy fire on the guy so that everybody has advantage.
Or do we need to have Lassen up at the door in case we get it to open? Somebody has to get through those things and get the whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 2 people turning it. We have Lassen and Garvin not.
Well, I'm throwing both.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, you're right. So we actually have 3 people. So collecting. Okay. So as the thing is moving fairly swiftly, the statue is also moving at a certain speed towards you. And when the statue's about halfway, actually, no, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have a middle position for this. You get it about halfway open. Now, you can attack the statue, or you could finish the job. That is to say, keep turning the thing, so that you're not like. Because if any of you stop doing it and move towards it, it's going to slow it down again. So the question is, are you continuing to go as fast as you can to like?
Can I help with my weapons? Or is there not room?
Possibly. Depends on what you're doing.
I was saying this. No, I made it worse. I have my little sword. I have a rapier. I just don't say it.
No, you won't be able to.
continue to help turn with my pike and my 18 strength.
Okay.
I don't know
I
what.
can't like stab it with a dagger and like,
No, because it wouldn't. So, okay. So, this is continuing to go while the thing is, and sort of towering over you. And when it reaches 6, the door opens completely. And what you see, I zoom way out, is this. I can get it to move.
And we want Laxon to run in there?
The interior of the chamber is revealed, but it is not what anyone would have expected. And Dorian says on your shoulder, Whist, oh, that's not good. When the doors open, time itself begins to ripple. You can see the statue moving towards you, like sort of distorting. And all of you feel this weird, and sort of strange sort of movement of your skin and your body. And you are sucked into this rift, basically.
Oh, don't
inside.
make me relive 8th grade again. No.
When you emerge
I got you, Alexa. I got you.
from it,
Oh, God.
you see a very different vault. It is moonlit and calm blue instead of emerald green. And standing waiting for you is someone who looks very much like Mops. But Mops here is dressed in a very impressive and elegant tunic and pants, and has wispy white hair, but his face and his posture look completely different. And he says, "You must explain yourself." And Dorian, on Wish's shoulder, says, "Something tells me we ain't hot blow anymore, Chief. This ain't good." And what exactly that is, we may find out next year.
Oh my God! You really did us a cliffhanger?
That is of Mice and Money. And thank you all. And good work, players. I'm sorry that we ran 20 minutes over. Players, yes, it is a cliffhanger. I will give you an opportunity quickly, players, just to say where, see what you thought, and then where folks will find you at the symposium. So we'll go back in the other direction. Brandon.
I can't believe you did us a cliffhanger. We're your players. You're not supposed to do that to us.
All I can say to you is nobody better tell me next year, "Oh, Ginny, someone else is going to take your place." That's all I got.
I really enjoyed this. You are very good at puzzles. I am annoyed at that fact.
Thank you, by the way. Thank you to Jennifer Brozek and Trent Sparks for testing this logic puzzle, because I was worried it wasn't going to work. So they actually stress tested it successfully. You were close.
We would have gotten it if they just waited.
That is exactly right.
But you didn't even hear them when they were going through it.
Because we were busy working on our thing.
recorded on video.
Oh my God. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. I am glad to have gotten to do this for the second time. I hope that I get to do it a third, because now I need to know how it ends.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, I'm right there with Brandon.
But yeah, I am Brandon O'Brien. Again, I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. Among other things, I am the designer of the Grey Shade RPG, that is the tie-in RPG to the wonderful Grey Assassin trilogy by some weirdo named Gregory A. Wilson. Yeah, you can find me on the internet at places. I have a website called BrandonO'Brien.xyz, which is also my newsletter. So if you want to hear me talk about writing and sometimes share random photos from whatever mobile game I am playing at that point in time, definitely join my newsletter. So yeah, that's me.
Thanks, Brandon. You will see Brandon, of course, here at the symposium the rest of the weekend too.
Quiet fantasy author. My links are mostly, right, Chris, at edebell.com, and I'm also on Blue Sky now. Just edebell.com, which is the website is the ID. And I will be doing several things tomorrow at the symposium, and then also I do have many spaces available for if you know anyone. My microfiction party is 11 on Sunday, and it's a really like joyful, affirming thing that lot of time now, but like if you'd like to try it, there's no pressure to participate or anything. It's really beautiful, and I would hope to see someone there. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do this. Genuinely, it's been over 30 years since I've played. This was my first game, so I tried. And I'm really grateful for the audience who stuck around. You know, I know, my spouse was sleeping, and I tried not to take that as a review. But thank you so much, really.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks. Jen?
I'm Ginny Koch. I will be here through the whole weekend. Tomorrow I am in humor and speculative fiction at 11. I am citing with Brad Bolio at 1 in the other county. That is that part of the thing. And then on Sunday at 9 a.m. Entertainment at the End of the World. So I will be there, and then I will be around and all that stuff and hear things. Sounds really fun. So it was great. I love doing it, and I'm not joking. I better be one of the people playing.
No.
All I have to say.
No.
I'm Richard Lee Byers. I write fantasy and horror, and recently a fair amount of superhero stuff. You can get my New Mutants and Astronauts novel at the Green Ronin booth. You can get the Marvel Legends of Asgard trilogy I wrote at the Aconite Books booth, and you can get some of my previously unpublished short stories by buying the thumb drive that the Gen Con Writers Symposium is putting out this year. And I'll have some more events in the symposium through the weekend, and come see me.
Thank you, Richard. And last but not least, Karen.
I'm Karen Menzel. It was my pleasure to play Last of the Fifth time. And as I was sitting here reflecting on how not afraid of the Writers Symposium I am now, 5 years ago when I was still really wet behind the ears, it was absolutely terrifying to be up here with all of these people. So now I'm like,
it's actually I met Greg. Karen, I met Greg 5 years ago to the approximate day today on the Friday of Gen Con.
That's awesome. Yeah, Greg has changed my life in numerous ways, but one of them was encouraging me to go get my MFA at Stone Coast 10 years ago, and it was a wonderful experience. I've been working for AEG. You can find us at 403. AEG, that's 403. Ascent of Dragons will be coming out in 2024, and it's been a wonderful experience working with them. My novel, I wrote my publisher and asked permission, and they gave me not only permission, but also all the electronic files of my novel, which are available on the USB drive, so that was really nice of them. You can see me at Writing Tools on Sunday at 9, and you can see me at Land Your Character Arcs on Sunday at 10, and a select few of you will see me Saturday morning in a reading critique, which will be sharpening up my English major teaching skills for that.
That'll be, that is good stuff. Thank you, Karen. My name's Gregory Wilson. I have, for the 5th consecutive year, been the Dungeon Master for this and the writer of the adventure. I want to, again, thank everyone for sticking around. You will also see me doing a lot of, tomorrow is my busiest day, so I'll have a lot of panels on writing, editing stuff, and I'll have a reading critique myself, and things of that nature. And I also run a Twitch TV channel, which, hi chat, called Arb and Eleron, which focuses on story and narrative in games. And again, if you're interested in finding out more about the world in which this adventure is set, this is the original set of adventures called Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library, and you can find that downstairs in the Studio 2 booth. And you could also, while you're at it, pick up Grey Shade, my novel from Athos Arts. The sequel, Renegade, just came out, and the tabletop role-playing game, which Brandon O'Brien is designing, is coming out later as well. So thank you everybody so much for sticking around, and we'll see you folks soon. Bye.
And sleep well. It is very late now. We are very sorry, but we hope that you get a lot of rest. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bye, chat. See you soon. Thank you, chat. See you soon. Bye-bye. You know all the things. I'll catch you all soon. Bye, people.